Yeah, this is a restart. Driving Miss Charlie. This is a restart. Miss Charlie. Driving Miss Charlie. What's good, y'all? What's good, y'all? How we living? Yeah, I had to change the title. Hold on. Hey, listen, this is Saturday stream. Give me some grace. Give me some grace. The coffee ain't hit yet. Even though you want to hear something crazy. You want to hear something crazy? There's not too many people in here so I can say this. And I don't think y'all would judge me. There's not a lot of people in here. You want to hear something crazy? I have 4 shots of espresso this morning. Don't judge me! And I'm still drinking a iced coffee. I got a lot of kids, bro. I got a lot of kids. I need it. Hold on, let me fix this real quick. There's something else I need to fix. 1 second. Let me go here. Hey, let me know how y'all feeling in the chat. Where you watching from? How was your New Year's? You know what I seen people saying on TikTok? They were saying that New Year's is pagan. Y'all think New Year's is pagan? Do y'all think we shouldn't be, celebrating New Year's because it's pagan? That's what I was seeing on TikTok. Was wondering what y'all thought about it. Hold on, let me go here. I gotta change something real quick. Hold on. There we go. Boom. Okay, we cooking. We good or what? No way my computer just froze like that. Oh no, we're good. We're chilling. Okay, hold on. Let me refresh this. Hey, this is like high class elevator music. It's luxury. But you still in the elevator though. I'm rocking with it. Okay, let's do this. Let's set a super chat goal. Let's set a goal. You let me know if this is too much. Let's say 20 super chats. 20 super chats. $5 a super chat. Let's say for 2 hours. I'll probably stream for like 2 hours. A good 2 hours. If we hit the super chat goal, what should we do? If we hit the super chat goal, what should we do? Don't be talking about, oh, here we go, talking about money talk. When the last time you heard me talk about some money talk? Leonel? When the last time you heard me talk about some money talk? Your mic is muffled. Your mic is very muffled. Can't hear you. You can't hear me? Is the mic muffled? The music is too loud? Okay, here you go. Is it softer now? Is the music softer? I'm saying the music is a vibe. Justin, the music is a vibe. I don't understand what the problem is. The music is a vibe. You don't gotta watch it. It's okay. Is it still loud? Okay, fine. Y'all be complaining so much. Y'all be complaining. Here you go. No music for y'all. Y'all be complaining so much. Y'all be complaining. Is it dummy loud? I literally have headphones on. I could barely hear it. Is it loud? Okay. It's not even on no more. Stop playing with me. It's not even on no more. It's not on no more. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. It was really loud, but it was a vibe. It was a vibe. My mic's solid. Okay. Where's the real? I need the real people. Hey, give me the real people. I need the real people in the chat. Give me the real people in the chat. I need y'all to pull up. All right. I need y'all to pull up the real people in the chat. We got a lot of trolls in the chat. I love it. It's all good. We got a lot of trolls. I ain't tripping. But I need a family in the chat. Hey, family, pull up to the chat. Pull up to the chat. If you want to be a moderator, let me know. I'll make you a moderator right now. I'll make you a moderator only if I've seen you in the chat frequently in the previous live stream, streams. Then I'll make you a moderator. Hold on. I'll bring, y'all want to join the stream? Does anybody want to join the stream? Does anybody want to join the stream? Just a question. Do y'all want to join the stream? Do y'all want to hop on the stream and react to some stuff, talk about some stuff together? Let me know. Let me know. Let me do this. I'll bring. You want to? Okay. All right. Let's do this. Boom. All right. Nick and Nikki. Hey, that sounds kind of lit. I turned the music off. Stop, guys. Okay. Let me tell you something real quick before we get to it. Bro, I've been so sick. First things first. I don't know the last time I posted a video. It's been a minute. But there's a reason for that. Number one, it was the holidays, obviously. I actually moved. So we moved. And the move was kind of crazy. It took a lot out of us. We moved literally in the middle of Christmas, which was pretty insane. I don't think I would ever do that again. We moved right in the middle of Christmas. So that was crazy. In the middle of all that, my entire family got sick. So we all got sick. And you know what's crazy? It's like, I really haven't even been to church in like 2 months. I literally have not stepped into church in at least 2 months. We've been watching it on TV, but it's not the same experience watching church on TV as it is actually going into church and being with your people, fellowshipping, worshiping, the kids going to their little class and doing their thing. And it's not the same thing. So it's been like 3 months because we've been sick and we got the baby now. And, you know, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but every time the pastor be speaking, Jeremiah be chirping. Like Jeremiah want to talk on the mic. So we can't even really like go into the main sanctuary. So we have to watch church outside. But regardless of that, we've been sick. Also, you know, my oldest, who, you know, unfortunately, we're getting into some personal conversations, but it's Saturday. So I'm assuming it's only the real ones here on Saturday. Maybe not. But my oldest, who I don't get to see as much as I would like to see. And that's a whole story. If y'all want to know that story, then potentially we could talk about that story. But I don't really get to see her as much as I would like to see her. So she was here for a good amount of time over the holiday break. But then we all got sick, but then we got better. We all got better. And then my wife, bless her heart, she didn't mean to do this, but she did it. My wife, she brought home some Mexican food. Now, I love Mexican food. I love Mexican people. I love y'all. I live in San Diego. I could throw a rock and hit the border. I love Mexican people. I love Mexican food. But there's certain Mexican places we just don't go to. We just don't do it. And anyway, my wife, she forgot about that. And, you know, she brought home some flautas and some beans and some burritos. And, you know, she brought home the flautas, and the Mexican place was like 30 minutes away because she was at soccer practice. I was at home. And so by the time I got my food, which I didn't know she was bringing home food, by the way. She was trying to do a nice thing. She was trying to surprise me. And it was a very nice, it was a nice thing that she did. But mine was like super soggy. And I don't like eating soggy, I don't like eating food that's supposed to be crispy and it's soggy. So I took like 3 bites. I didn't eat it. But then I had the beans. The beans was crazy. The beans was fire. So I'm eating the beans. I had the beans. The next day, there is not enough toilets in this household to handle what that Mexican food put my family through. Let me just put it like that. It was coming out of both ends. Even my baby, the baby, Jay, little Jay the Prince, Jeremiah. Jeremiah had the beans. Jeremiah had diarrhea. He was thrown up. My 5-year-old, precious, my precious little baby, my precious 5-year-old daughter, she woke us up at like 3 a.m. and she said her stomach hurts. But if you know anything about kids, like she always says that her stomach hurts. So I never really know like to what extent does your stomach actually hurt, So she woke us up at like 3 a.m. She said her stomach hurt. My wife was like, okay, baby, just go get some water and then go lay down. And that's what she did. She got some water. She went and lay down. But then in the morning, we were just sitting at the table eating breakfast. And she randomly, at the breakfast table, she randomly just grabbed her stomach and just puked just all over the floor. Just puked all over the floor. And this continued for pretty much the whole day. She threw up at least 5 to 7 times. We had to take her to the doctor. She went to the doctor. They said, yeah, she got food poisoning. They had to give her medication, all this type of stuff, right? Can I tell you something? I'm not trying to glorify this behavior. And this might be a little too much for y'all. But I literally have never thrown up like this in my life. There was only one time I can remember that this has happened to me. And this was like 11 years ago. Like 11 years ago. Or 10 years ago. 10, 11 years ago. On my 21st birthday. Now, obviously, this was before I had any type of fear of the Lord, right? On my 21st birthday, we did like a whole little like winery tour. And if you know anything about winery tours, you know they get a little crazy. Now, this is like 10 years ago, so don't be acting like I'm doing this now, because I'm not. But I had a little too much to drink on a winery tour on my birthday and threw up at the winery. That was the last time I had ever thrown up like this. So it was crazy. On top of that, ask my wife. Anybody who knows me, when I start feeling a little weird, like physically, ask my wife. I'm a big bath guy. Judge me. I don't care. Judge me. I like taking baths. I don't care. Judge me. I'm taking a bath. I like taking baths. So I took a bath. The same thing I did when my wife was in labor, if y'all remember. I took a bath because my back was hurting and I was preparing to take my wife to the hospital to spend hours. If y'all seen the video, y'all seen the video. I'm not going to explain it. But I took a bath, right? We have a little temperature. It's like a little alligator. So when my son takes a bath, we know like how hot the water is. So the alligator in the bathtub, it's at 114 degrees. 114 degrees. I normally take baths at like 108, maybe like 111 degrees. But it's at 114. So I'm thinking, you know what? Maybe 114 is not bad because I could sweat all of this out so I could feel better. So I get my butt in the tub, 114 degrees. I'm sitting in the tub maybe like 25, 30 minutes. It's a good amount of time I'm sitting in the tub. And I'm sweating like crazy. Now, mind you, I had been throwing up and I had been doing the thing, the diarrhea thing. So I'm pretty depleted already. I'm pretty dehydrated already. On top of that, I'm in the bath at 114 degrees, sweating for 30 minutes. I get out of the bath. I'm not even trying to be dramatic. I immediately collapse. It's like my legs were tingling. I could not stand. My vision is getting blurry. I'm on the bathroom floor, laying on the floor. I'm looking at my wife. She's like, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I'm like, yo, you might have to call them people. Like, you might have to call the ambulance because I'm a lot of things is going through my mind. I'm trying to remember if I paid my life insurance policy this month. A lot of stuff is going through my mind. I'm trying to remember because I'm like, yo, if I'm out, then you know what I'm saying? Bills still got to get paid. So I'm going through it. I thought I was going to die. I'm not going to lie to you. On top of that, my wife got it too. And my wife is pregnant again. So for those of you who do not know, I don't think anybody would have known because I didn't tell anybody except the people around me. So, my wife's pregnant again. So we're going to have two kids under 1.5, essentially. So she was sick as well. So she's pregnant and she's sick going through all this stuff. So to make a long story even longer, that's why I've been not in the loop. That's why I haven't been on YouTube. That's why I haven't been posting. We just been going through it. But actually, it's been a blessing because, it's been a blessing. 2024 was a blessing. It was probably the craziest year of my life. It was a blessing. At the same time, it was like probably the scariest year because there was so much new stuff going on that at a certain point, I'll say it like this. There was so much blessing happening that at a certain point, I did not feel worthy whatsoever of the blessing. And this is something that I constantly struggle with. But then I'm also reminded, back when I was literally a grown man living at my parents' house, addicted to drugs, addicted to lust, just down and out, didn't have a single dollar to my name, tens of thousands of dollars in debt because I started a business. The business failed. I went into a bunch of debt and I was depressed. Back when I was in that time, when I would pray to God and I had a prayer journal, I'd pray and I would ask God, to bless me basically. And I would ask God to use me in whatever capacity that he wanted to use me. But the one thing I would always say was, no matter what you decide to do, God, no matter how you decide to use me, I pray that you keep me humble. And I think that he's definitely done that in a variety of different ways. And some people are going to, some people don't think, everyone's going to have their own opinion, right? But, I think God knows. And I think, I know the extent that he's humbled me this year at the same time as blessed me. So I'm grateful and I'm thankful for that. Anyway, that wasn't my testimony. No, me having diarrhea, it was not my testimony. That was just a story time because it's been a minute. I'm going to get to the super chats in a second. Let's get to the news though. Man, y'all be saying the music is too loud and all this blah, blah, blah. Read my I got you. I have all the super chats. I'm going to read them. I have all the super chats. I'm going to read them. I got them all. Let's get to the news though. Let's start here. Obviously, 2025, I can't think of a more insane start to a year. I could be wrong. I'm young, relatively, 31. Some of y'all might say I'm unk. It's whatever. I got nieces and nephews, so if you want to call me unk, I'm not offended. But I still think I'm pretty young, right? But 2025, obviously, we saw what happened in New Orleans, which I have so many questions about that. You know, I saw a video that said, and I'll show you the video in a second, but it said they had barriers to prevent what happened from happening, but they didn't use the barriers. They said that they were updating the barriers for the Super Bowl because the Super Bowl is going to be in New Orleans, and they didn't have the barriers in place because they were going to update the barriers, which is crazy because they also had secondary barriers. So they have 700-pound barriers that are specifically designed to stop a car from doing exactly what happened. But those barriers, for whatever reason, were pushed off to the side. So they weren't in use on what you would think would be one of the busiest nights of the entire year on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, New Year's Eve. And for whatever reason, they didn't want to put the barriers up. Very interesting. On top of that, on the same day, we had the Cybertruck explosion. Now, I'm not sure how many of you got into this podcast last night, but Sean Ryan dropped an insane podcast last night. I watched the entire thing. You've probably already seen it. Some of you have, some of you haven't. This completely changed my perspective on the entire Cybertruck explosion. And you know, a lot of people are going to say, or a lot of people are speculating that the Cybertruck explosion and what happened in New Orleans are correlated. I never really thought they were correlated. The only correlation was the fact that they were both in the army or they were both in the military. And at one point in time, they served at the same, base in the military. But besides that, excuse me, there was really no correlation. But this story makes it even more clear that there's most likely not any correlation to what happened, aside from the fact that there's some shady stuff going on. Now, this is an email from the Cybertruck bomber, Matthew Liversburgers. And he sent this email December 31st, 2024, essentially saying that he had information on the drones that we were seeing. So all those drones that were happening on the East Coast and on the West Coast, Matthew is claiming that these are some sort of gravitic propulsion systems, which is essentially like an anti-gravity science fiction technology that he's claiming the US has access to, but more pressing, that China has an abundance of access to. And he's essentially saying that China can put a drone anywhere they want on the East Coast and attack at any point in time. So that was one of the things that he had mentioned in this email. And then he had also mentioned, and there's speculation that the main reason why, Matthew did what he did was because of war crimes that took place in 2019 that he was involved in to some capacity. I'm not 100% sure what his involvement was, but he has information, he has intel on these war crimes that took place involving the United States and Afghanistan and other, areas in the Middle East. And he wanted to blow the whistle on those war crimes. And he was looking for different outlets, media outlets, in order to do so. He had also mentioned that he was being followed by different government agencies, the FBI, and different agencies were tracking his phone, and a whole bunch of wild and crazy stuff. Now, if you watch the Sean Ryan podcast, they also had mentioned the possibility that this dude from the Cybertruck explosion could possibly still be alive, which is wild. And the reason why they mentioned this is because they did a DNA test, and the DNA that came back from the Cybertruck explosion was different than the DNA of his son. Now, the media, the mainstream media, they took this information and they said that the reason why Matt Livelsbergers, the reason why he drove the Tesla Cybertruck and exploded it in front of, the Trump Hotel in Vegas was because of some relationship issues. He was having a hard time with his wife or his ex-wife. He found out that his son was not his son, and therefore he was so distraught that he did what he did. This is what the mainstream media is pushing. That's one of their primary narratives. But when you go back to the podcast from Sean Ryan, they're kind of insinuating that he could still be alive based on the fact that the DNA did not match, which is very, very interesting. Now, I don't know what to believe. I'm more inclined to believe what took place on the Sean Ryan podcast than the mainstream media, because the mainstream media, I mean, at this point, I don't even really know why we have news stations if they're not going to report on the truth. They're going to report on what they're told to report on. They're not going to report on the actual facts. But it is very interesting that this dude, who was a Green Beret, very well qualified, probably could have took down that entire building, the Trump building. He could have took down that entire building. It's very interesting that he chose a Cybertruck, which is a self-driving vehicle. So he wouldn't have had to operate it himself. Let's just say it like that. The vehicle can drive itself, right? And it's very interesting that he chose the bombs, quote unquote, which is like a majority of just fireworks. If you watch the explosion, I'm not going to show it because I'm pretty sure everybody has seen it at this point. If you watch the explosion, it literally just looks like a bunch of fireworks going off. It's literally just a bunch of fireworks. So I don't think he had any intention of hurting anybody, because if he did, I think he was very well qualified and capable to hurt a lot of people. I think it was more so just a statement that he made in order to bring light to this information that he has. I don't know. We'll see what comes of it. We'll see what happens. But as I said, I don't really think that there's any correlation to what took place in New Orleans. The New Orleans story is a whole different animal, in my opinion. One of the top comments on this video, this dude Brandon said something is off. Something is definitely off, for sure, with the New Orleans stuff. I don't know if you've seen this or not, but they were saying that they found different type of bombs that were planted around New Orleans. And some people are alleging that the primary plan was to detonate those bombs in New Orleans. But something went wrong. One thing led to another. The bombs didn't go off. So instead of doing nothing, he took the Ford Lightning and drove it through the crowd in order to do something, because plan A didn't work. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what's being said in the media. It is crazy, though, that... Oh, and they also said that the dude in Vegas with the Cybertruck and the dude in New Orleans, they're trying to say that they're correlated because they both rented the vehicles from the same company, which is Toro. So Toro is literally just an app. It's an app that has a whole bunch of third-party just people, normal people who rent their vehicles. Most of the time, they're renting their personal vehicles. So I don't really know how that has any correlation to anything. But from the standpoint of the truck that was used, it's crazy that he used the Ford Lightning, because if you know anything about electric vehicles, the 0 to 60 is outrageous. Sometimes like 2.5, 3.5 seconds. So the people who were able to get away from that truck that was flying down the street, they literally had some angels on their side, because you don't have a lot of time to react in those situations when you have a truck that is going 80 to 90, 100 miles an hour with a 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds. It's crazy. I want to play this real quick. This is the FBI talking a little bit about the dude who drove the truck in New Orleans.
Several videos to an online platform proclaiming his support for ISIS. In the first video, Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends, but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the, quote, war between the believers and the disbelievers, end quote. Additionally, he stated he had joined ISIS before this summer. He also provided a will and testament. And he
Hold on. That was an interesting part. This was a primary reason why I wanted to play this video.
Harm his family and friends, but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the, quote, war between the believers and the disbelievers, end quote. Additionally, he stated...
Yeah, he does look like Jason Kidd. He said that he was concerned that, according to the FBI, his name's Jabbar, right? Or his last name's Jabbar. According to the FBI, he was concerned that the media would not focus on the war between the believers and the unbelievers. Also saw this, which I don't understand. This whole video right here, this is the New York Post. They're going through the home of Shamsud Din Jabbar. Everything just looks like a setup, bro. It looks a little too convenient. I'm not trying to discredit the people who lost their life, because actual families are hurting. I understand that. And actual people lost their life. I don't know what's going on outside. Somebody banging on my door. But this whole setup looks a little too convenient. Let me play this video.
We're here inside the New Orleans terrorist home. You can see that it's been clearly destroyed, the door at least, from the FBI raid yesterday. But if we walk through the home, we see some signs of what he was up to. He had this work area here, lots of different chemicals splayed around, and different electronics. This is, again, a work setup. Left receipts, just very unkempt in here. If we go over here, actually, you can see...
She said it's very unkept in here. The FBI just got done running through the place. What do you expect?
The Department of Justice documents here, the search warrant, and the property that they recorded here, which seems to be a lot of chemicals. Again, just left in disarray. There's a bedroom back here, and what appears to be his collection of religious materials, his Qurans, an open Quran with a passage there, as well as even the Bible here, but mostly books on Islam, and his prayer rug just to the left of me here.
So
here.
The media, here's the thing. I guess his brother came out, and his brother said that we shouldn't be looking at this from the view of religion, essentially trying to say that his religious views as a Muslim did not prompt him to do what he did. This dude, just from the interviews that I was watching and stuff like that, looked like a pretty normal guy. Looked like a pretty normal guy. From Texas, was in the military. He was divorced quite a bit of times. I think he had 3 ex-wives, which is a lot. I guess there's stories going around that said that he was going broke. I just, it's hard for me to believe the overall narrative that's being pushed in the media. Once again, I don't think there's any correlation, in my opinion, between the Tesla Cybertruck and what happened in New Orleans. I think the day, like New Year's Day, I think that's just a very appealing landmark to do stuff, but I don't think there's any correlation. It's just very, very interesting how the mainstream media is trying to serve us this narrative on a platter. It's very interesting. Now, I'm trying to figure out how many more days we got of this dude right here. What's the date? January 4th. When's the inauguration? This is what Biden had to say about it.
Here's what we know so far. The FBI has reported to me the killer was an American citizen, born in Texas. He served in the United States Army on active duty for many years. He also served in the Army Reserve until a few years ago. The FBI also reported to me that mere hours before the attack, he posted videos on social media indicating that he was inspired by ISIS, expressing a desire to kill, The ISIS flag was found in his vehicle, which he rented to conduct this attack. Possible explosives were found in the vehicle as well, and more explosives were found nearby. The situation is very fluid, and the investigation has a preliminary stage. And the fact is that right now, excuse me, there you go. The law enforcement and intelligence community are continuing to look for any connections, associations, or co-conspirators.
This was very interesting.
New Orleans had top-of-the-line barriers to prevent car attacks, but didn't use them on New Year's.
We have them. I didn't know about them, but we have them.
They're called
Can you believe she said that? Can you believe she said that? And Kirkpatrick. We have them. I didn't know about them, but we have them. You're the police superintendent. You are the police superintendent. What are you talking about? This is probably, I don't know, a busier time. Well, I'm sure there's busier times, but there's not very many busier times in New Orleans than New Year's Eve. People travel from other states. Some people travel from other countries to go to New Orleans, to visit Bourbon Street. Now, it was a lot different before Katrina hit. Before Katrina hit, it was a lot different. But there's still people that go out there and they view that as being a very, attractive tourist spot. How do you not know that you had these barriers to protect people against exactly what just happened? That was a crazy statement.
New Orleans had top-of-the-line barriers to prevent car attacks, but didn't use them on New Year's.
We have them. I didn't know about them, but we have them.
They're called Archer barriers, 700 pounds of L-shaped steel, certified by the Department of Homeland Security to stop cars from careening into pedestrian areas. They were credited with saving lives just last year when a woman was stopped from driving into a California parade. The CEO of the company that makes them said New Orleans purchased the barriers back in 2017. These barriers that the city deployed a day after the tragedy look like the same ones from 8 years ago, according to the CEO. Separately, security bollards like these were installed in Bourbon Street years ago, but they were in the process of being replaced for the Super Bowl, since police found them inefficient, according to the New Orleans mayor. The city council president told WWL-TV that she and other council members believe that the repairs should have been completed earlier, but she also thinks that wouldn't have prevented the mass killing, that the driver would have tried some other way to get around the barriers. New Orleans had
I think that's a fireable statement, in my opinion. In my opinion. In my opinion. I think that's a fireable statement. Y'all let me know what you think. Let's go to the super chats. There were some from earlier. I don't think I read any today. Hold on. Let me bring up the super chats. Let me bring them up. Alfonso Nation. Appreciate you. Wouldn't be the first time she was fired. Has she been fired before? Has she been fired before? What do you think is actually going to happen, though? What do you think is really going to go down? Did you see that episode on the Sean Ryan podcast? It was some woman, I forget her name. I think she was associated with the CIA or one of the government agencies, intelligence agencies in some capacity. But she was basically saying that there's going to be like 80,000 plus U.S. casualties as a result of terror attacks this year. What do you guys think is actually going to happen? I think obviously things are going to get increasingly more wicked. I mean, that's just what the scriptures tell us is going to happen, but it's just crazy to see things play out before our very eyes, you know? Big Blue reacts. Super chat, $5. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That target number should be at 6 right now, but I let it slide. I would like to join the stream. Shout out to you. Oh, at 6. You think the goal should be at 6? Oh, I see what you're saying. I think it's at $5. So if you donate like $4.99, I think it leaves it. I don't think it counts towards it, but I'll count it towards it. Lynn Matthews. Once again, I appreciate you, brother, for the super chat. Lynn Matthews. Yo, Lynn. I think if you want to be a mod, you're always in the chat. And I appreciate you, Lynn. For real. Thank you so much. $19.99. Thank you so much. That's crazy. Thank you for your work. Also praying for you and your family. I'm gonna take all the prayers. I'm praying for you as well, Lynn. Thank you so much. Lynn is, man, I love Lynn. She always in the chat. She always showing love. She's always positive. Thank you so much, Lynn. $20 super chat. Once again, y'all crazy. I would be honored to interview you. Love your work. My podcast is under my name. I lost my job, but I am pushing through. Praise God. God bless you, brother. How do you say your name? Ameh. Hakopian. I probably butchered that. I'm so sorry. I was gonna say it's all love. It's all love, brother. I appreciate you. Hey, we're praying for you. You lost your job. Man. Sometimes that could be, well, not sometimes. I think that's a blessing. I think that's a blessing. I think that's a blessing. God can work out any situation. And sometimes you need to be shooken up in a way that can allow you to focus on the mission and not get distracted by what we once thought was the mission, if that makes sense. I remember there's a lot of situations in my life where I thought I was going to be doing one specific thing, and then that thing fell out. But then ultimately that led me to, where I am today. So I'm praying for you. I know it's hard in the moment. It's like, it's kind of hard to tell people, God has a plan for you in the moment when you're going through stuff like that, when you're going through hardships, when you have bills that are staring you in your face. It's tough to hear that. But I think you know what I mean. And I think you're going to be just fine. I know you're going to be just fine. But regardless, I'm praying for you, praying for your mind, praying for your spirit, praying for your family, praying for your finances. I pray that God brings you everything that you need, any provision that you need in this time in your life. I pray that he brings it to you supernaturally. In Jesus' name. I appreciate you, brother. Bro, you know what's crazy? Why you doing this though? You said you lost your job, but you over here donating $20 in super chats. Like, that's crazy. Hey, go follow this man's podcast, please. That's crazy. Corinna, $4.99. Thank you so much, Corinna. Corinna said, Nick, I was praying and preparing in my room to rebuke sister in Christ of things in her home when I went and I saw a room of plants and crystal, etc. I was praying and preparing in my room to rebuke sister in Christ of things in her home. When I went, I saw a room of plants and crystal. And then what happened? You got to give me the full story. I'm invested now. You got to tell me the full story. What happened? I'm curious. Thank you, Corinna. Yo, you know what's interesting? That's very difficult to do. That's very difficult to do. There's a lot of people on the internet. Let's just keep it real. There's a lot of people on the internet. They'll rebuke so-and-so on the internet, but in person, they don't have that same energy. Let's just keep it real. So to have that same energy in person is very difficult. And I have a lot of respect for that because those are tough situations. Those are uncomfortable situations that you're putting yourself in. But to do it for God, if you truly feel like he's called you to rebuke this person and this person is on your heart because, they're acting out of a wicked, evil spirit, whatever you want to call it. I have a lot of respect for that. Shout out to Marv. Marv said, Nick, do you remember me? I'm still waiting on the new He Is. I'm still waiting on the new He Is episodes with Elliot. Call that man again. I'd like to be a mod. Thank you. I'll make you a mod. So I'm thinking, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Lynn should be a mod. Shout out to Marv. Marv, no disrespect, Marv. I don't remember you, but I believe you. I remember the flannel in your picture. But I'm thinking Marv should be a mod. I'm thinking those two individuals. All right. Okay, let's get back to it. We'll get back to the super chats in a second. Let's get back to the headlines. Agape vibes. Agape want to be a mod too. I got to think about it, Agape. If I recall, Agape, last time we had some beef. I don't remember what it was about. It might have been a miscommunication. But I know you always on the live stream. I know you are. All right. Crazy story. I'm just gonna let you know right now. I'm probably going to yell. I am probably going to yell. So if you don't like when I yell and get loud, then click off or turn down the volume of your phone, of your computer, or whatever you need to do. All right. I'm not even really upset about this. I'm not upset. I'm upset about what I saw. I'm upset that I was exposed to what I saw and that I have to deal with the image for potentially the rest of my life. That's what I'm mainly upset about. I'm not upset about Kirk Franklin apologizing for a disrespectful attire in Jamaica. I'm not upset about that. That's good. That's great. You know, we should all recognize when we're tripping, when we're doing some crazy stuff. We should all repent. We should all, especially if we have a platform, especially if we're doing things in public, you know, then I think it's only right that you should apologize and repent, you know, publicly as well. I don't have any problem with that. I just have some problems, some issues with some of the images that I seen in this article, and it just doesn't sit right with me. It just doesn't sit right with me. Kirk Franklin, he said that he was doing too much when he was twerking, and he was doing too much. Now, I think he made a video. You might have to give me a second to find the video. But let's just read this article real quick and let's just have a quick conversation. So it says, and this is from thechristianpost.com. It says it took him over 8 months, but gospel artist Kirk Franklin has publicly apologized after drawing the ire. What are these words? Can we just use normal words, please? I don't understand these words. After drawing the ire of conservative Christians in Jamaica for gyrating, you know what's crazy? I've never seen gyrating spelled. I know what it means. I've never seen that word spelled. It looks like euro. For gyrating and flexing his biceps while ministering in a tank top and shorts at a popular annual Christian concert on the island last April. The concert billed Fun in the Sun is sponsored by Best Dressed Chicken, a brand of the company Jamaica Broilers Group, which is well known for their commitment to Judeo-Christian values. Franklin, who is no stranger to performing, explained in a video. Okay, let's do this. Let's open the tab right there. Just wait. We'll watch the video in a second. Shared on Monday that he wasn't aware that the way he dressed to minister would have been seen as disrespectful, but he knows now. Brother. Wisdom does not always come with age. No disrespect, but don't just assume that you're wise because you're older. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to read this because we can watch the video. I didn't even make a video on this when it first happened. You know, because I was just so fed up. I was just so over, you know, what I was seeing that I felt like when this first happened, why do I need to even make a video about it? Everyone knows what's going on. This dude, listen, excuse my French, and I'm not trying to be vulgar, but I'm assuming we're all adults here, right? This man is hitting it from the back on stage at a gospel concert. I understand. He apologized. I get it. I'm not trying to, you know, rekindle something that is already in the past. I've just never seen these images for myself. Because like I said, when it first happened, I chose not to even look at it because I was so fed up. On top of that, Can somebody please explain to me what is going on in this image? It looks very suspicious. It doesn't look like the first time. I'm very confused. I'm not trying to bring up old stuff. I had just never seen this before. And I'll take this off the screen. I'm not trying to bring up drama. I had just never seen none like this. I had never seen it. Actually, should I play it? Let me just play it. Y'all gonna be upset if you want to. Let me just play it because I had never seen this before. I'm not gonna play it. Is there music? That's too much, Kirk. He's still popping it. Okay. Let's go to the video, to the apology video. I don't know at what point in time he apologized. This is a 16-minute video. I don't know if I'm gonna make it through the whole video. Let's just watch the video. Let's see what's going on.
Beautiful people. Happy holidays to everybody.
He gonna get me copyrighted. Is it music in the whole video?
High school and didn't really do
Oh my gosh, Kirk. I don't know if I could watch this video. He gonna give me copyright. Hold on. This is a part right here, I believe. Right here.
I'm gonna do it every time because
Okay, here we go.
and we also give you the same level.
Okay. I think it's right here. Let's go right here.
I want y'all to know I pushed him to do it, but he easily obliged. I also want you to know something, that I've always believed that God's music or God's content should always be able to stand in any space that you spend your money for anything else. If you're gonna spend your money to watch a mainstream show and be entertained, you should be able to come over here, and we also give you the same level of production and engagement. So when you come, I want you to feel like that you had a good time, that it was a show that did not compromise the gospel. And I'm gonna do it every time because guess what? I'm having a good time making you happy. So earlier this year, I had the great opportunity to go to Jamaica. Beautiful place. And I had a chance to perform. Watch. My choice of attire, which as a team we thought was going to be fine, being outside in the weather, was going to be something that would not come across as disrespectful. And since I've spent most of my career dancing and moving around and jumping on stage, that I didn't know that I would ever do anything that would ever offend anyone in any community, but it did. And because it did, I sincerely apologize. I sincerely apologize because I never want to get to a place that I can't learn what I need to do better, what I can do different to make sure that as I grow as a man, grow physically or in any aspect, that I'm always being humble enough and submissive enough to hear people and their concerns about anything being bigger than the message of Jesus. Because it doesn't matter what my goal and intent is, if I'm louder than the message of Jesus, then I failed. This year,
So he apologized for the clothes, but not for popping it. Excuse my language, but I don't know how else to explain it. Okay. There's a war going on within my spirit right now. Okay. What is this? It's getting low. You have a few moments before it stops. Why is it recording on Okay, hold on one second. Don't let me forget that thought. Hold on. My for whatever reason, my stream is saying that it's gonna stop if I don't change something real fast. Hold on. One second. Okay, we should be good. It was a storage issue on my stream. Okay, so Kirk Franklin, he apologized for the outfit. He said the outfit was out of pocket. I, you know, I'm not like super pressed on the outfit. I'm not super pressed on the outfit. I mean, it's Jamaica, it's hot. Like I get it, you know. I'm not super pressed about it. Would I choose to wear these skin tight capri pants as a grown man? I probably wouldn't do that. I probably wouldn't do that, me personally. Would I choose to wear this? Actually, you know what? I am pressed on the outfit because I don't think he really needs to be wearing these skin tight capri pants. That's a very big cut. That the outfit is crazy. So yeah. But also just the dancing and just the overall sexual energy that he's bringing to these performances are just very unnecessary. You're sexualizing something that is supposed to be pure, that is supposed to be genuinely from the heart of worship, and you're adding this worldly element of sexual appeal into it. And that's the part that gives me a lot of concern, is the fact that we're seeing this over sexualization start to enter into these types of platforms. And now a lot of people don't even really, depending on who you talk to. And I'm not like a Kirk Franklin hater. I don't listen to his music. I used to listen to a little bit of his music because, I mean, it's Kirk Franklin. He's put out so many songs, so many hit songs, but I don't listen to a whole lot of people in the, you know, gospel or worship space. I do listen to worship music pretty much exclusively, but there's only a select people that I listen to. But I was going to say, depending on who you ask, people automatically put Kirk Franklin into the false prophet category. So no matter what he does, what he produces, what song he puts out, what project he's a part of, what TV, it doesn't matter what he does. They automatically discredit any project that he's a part of as being false because they put him into a false prophet category. It is what it is. I just don't really get the over sexualization of things that are supposed to be pure. And I think what that speaks to deeper is some issues that are going on here. That's what I think speaks to it a little bit deeper, is that, you know, there's potentially, and not, let's just get off of Kirk Franklin for a second. Let's just look at, you know, just as a whole, I think there's some people who are not actually doing things for God, but they're doing things for themselves. And you know what's crazy? I was asleep. I think I woke up. This is one of those typical, you know, God woke me up at 3 a.m, but he really did. He woke me up at like 3 a.m, and he reminded me of this verse. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. It has stopped because you are out of this space on the T7. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm just going to keep rocking. We're still streaming. We still on stream? Okay, we're good. We're just not recording anymore. That's fine. John the Baptist. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's John John 3, verse 30. Let's go there. John 3, verse 30. Let's start here. It's bright, just an FYI. It's very bright. Let's start John 3, verse 22. John the Baptist exalts Christ, verse 22. After this, Jesus and his disciples, excuse me, went into the Judean countryside, and he remained there with them and was baptizing. John was also baptizing at Aenon near Siloam, because water was plentiful there, and people were coming to and being baptized. For John had not yet been put in prison. Now a discussion arose between some of John's disciples and a Jew over purification. And they came to John and said to him, Rabbi, he who was with you across the Jordan, to whom you bore witness, look, he is baptizing, and all are going to him. John answered, a person cannot receive even one thing unless it is given him from heaven. A person cannot receive even one thing unless it is given him from heaven. This is what God woke me up at 3 a.m. and told me to read. You yourself bear me witness that I said, I am not the Christ, but I have been sent before him. The one who has the bride is the bridegroom. The friend of the bridegroom who stands and hears him rejoices greatly at the bridegroom's voice. Therefore, this joy of mine is now complete. He must increase, but I must decrease. This is specifically the part that was in my head at 3 a.m. He must increase, but I must decrease. I feel like a lot of the times we forget in the midst of success, because there's a lot of people who are successful in the name of Jesus. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people doing ministry online. There's a lot of people who are rapping, who are singing, who are building businesses, who are starting. There's a lot of people who are successful. And I think they forget the fact that you should be doing it for God. You should be doing it to bring people to Jesus Christ. You should be doing it to bring people the good news. But I think when you get some money, you get some notoriety, you get a platform, you start to forget and you start to think that you're more important than you actually are. Not knowing that God could literally remove all of that stuff in an instant. I'm going to just leave it at that. I'm going to get to the super chats. Actually, there was a video that I want to watch with y'all, though. This was on TikTok. I joined a religious cult on my college campus. So this was posted just a few days ago. I think it has like when I first seen this video, it had like maybe 500,000 views. Now it has like 2 million views, 100,000 likes. So I want to watch this. I'm very curious. I haven't even watched it yet. But let me make sure everybody's good in the chat. Let me make sure y'all ain't going crazy. Are you a YouTuber, Roy? You've made over 1,000 videos in over 9 years. It's a lot of videos, bro. That's a lot of videos. What's your channel? What's your channel, Roy? Let me go to the stream real quick. Hold on. Now I got the Kirk Franklin song stuck in my head. What's up, Salma? What's going on, Salma? 8 out of 20. I'm singing it. I'm singing the Kirk Franklin song. This is the problem too, bro. These melodies are so catchy. Just because they're catchy doesn't mean it's from God. That's all I'm saying. Hey, Nick, what about the strange fog making people sick? My wife be saying the same thing. She be talking about the same stuff. I'm not trying to say it in like a negative way. I'll just say it. She did say the same thing. I got to look into it. I got to look into it. Okay. Let's go here. Like I said, I first came across this video on TikTok. Maybe had 500,000 views. I saved it for later. I came back to it today. I think it's over like 2 million views, 100,000 likes, 22,000 bookmarks, which is crazy. So 22,000 people saved this video so they can watch it later. That's crazy. Let's get into it. I don't know what to expect. I've never watched it before. This is from Killian Sims on TikTok. So if you want to follow him, if you want to reach out to him, that's how you can do it on TikTok. All right, let's get to it.
Hi, my name is Keelan, and I'm an X-Men.
I'm so sorry. His name's Keelan. Is the volume too low? It's literally on max.
Member of a religious cult that I joined on my college campus. Okay, quick little disclaimer. This video is purely just to spread awareness for anyone who may be involved with this group or who may encounter this group because one of their primary targets for recruitment are college students. So I want to get...
It's low. It's literally on max. You said it's good. I'm saying I can't do nothing about it because it's literally on max.
My perspective as a student who is a former member and how I can...
Let's start it over. I'm not going to talk that much because I want to hear the story.
Hi, my name is Keelan, and I'm an ex-member of...
Turn your headphones up. That's the last thing I'm going to say.
Hi, my name is Keelan, and I'm an ex-member of a religious cult that I joined on my college campus. Okay, quick little disclaimer. This video is purely just to spread awareness for anyone who may be involved with this group or who may encounter this group because one of their primary targets for recruitment are...
I'm sorry. Wow, that was really loud. I'm sorry. Nessa. Shout out to Nessa. Real quick, shout out to Nessa. That's all I'm going to say. Wait, was Nessa already... Oh, no, you already dropped something. But shout out to you, Nessa. Shout out to Nessa. Okay, that's it. I'm sorry over.
College students.
I'm sorry over. I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted. I can't look at chat.
Hi, my name is Keelan, and I'm an ex-member of a religious cult that I joined on my college campus. Okay, quick little disclaimer. This video is purely just to spread awareness for anyone who may be involved with this group or who may encounter this group because one of their primary targets for recruitment are college students. So I want to give my perspective as a student who is a former member and how I can hopefully help prevent someone from going through the things that I went through. Okay, first and foremost, I just need to say thank you to God, my family, and my friends who helped support me through this time because not many people know that this happened to me. And for those of you who were with me by my side as I was going through everything, thank you so much. And it's only because of you that I've been able to get this far and to where I now have the strength to speak about this because this is honestly just something I want to leave in 2024. And the experience overall was something that almost caused me to completely detach from reality, and it almost compromised my relationships with many of my family and friends. And I never asked this with any of my videos, but I'm going to ask now. please share this video. This is so important that we get the word out about this, because it's affecting a lot of people. And this isn't the only group that is deceiving people who are genuinely trying to learn about Christianity and who God is. And please don't send them any sort of hate or target them or any way if you know who they are, or whatever college campus you may be on, or if you experience or encounter any of these people, because that's not what this video is for. And in fact, please pray for them instead. Please pray that they'll be delivered from this like I was. Okay, last but not least, this video is just going to be a brief overview of what I believe will be beneficial for people to know. If you want to hear my full testimony, I'll be posting that full video as well, and I'll also be leaving the link in the comments for the YouTube video for that as well. Please watch it if you have time, because I think it's important to fully understand my perspective and where I'm coming from as a college student and how deeply this really did affect me. Okay, so to finally get started, the group I'm referring to is called the World Mission Society Church of God. They are a big religious movement that has over 3 million members across the US and the world, and they're very, very prevalent on college campuses and in major cities. And I personally was approached by them on my on-campus library. Okay, so I attend Florida A&M University, so for all my fellow Rattlers out there, please pay up to this, please be wary of this. I was, like I said, approached in the library, but this previous semester they just started a club on campus called the Cornerstone Bible Study Club. I'll put some pictures on the screen so you can kind of look. It'll be up their Instagram, but please do not go to any of their meetings. Please be very wary of them on campus. And if you're in the Tallahassee area in general, some other places that they will frequent to go and preach is the Governor Square Mall. They'll go to the Walmart of Appalachia, and they'll also go to the TCC campus, just to name a few. But when they go around preaching to look for them, like to kind of spot them, they all will usually be dressed in business casual clothing, and men will usually approach men, women will approach women, and they usually approach people who are sitting alone, just kind of minding their own, not doing too much. Okay, so I'm not going to talk too much about their teachings and theology, because I talk about that more in my full testimony video, and there's also too many other resources out there that do it way better than I can. So if you're interested, please do the research yourself. But I do want to absolutely say that this group 100% is not biblical. They are not a church, and anyone seeking to learn about Christianity and about God needs to run as far away from this group as you can get, and please just don't get involved. Okay, basically, I joined this group in late March this year, and before I continue, I just need to preface by saying I did not really have any biblical knowledge of scripture, of who Jesus was, what the gospel was, anything like that before this happened. And this group kind of uses that. They use that curiosity in people, and instead of feeding them the truth, they feed them misinformation, and that's exactly what happened to me. So what they do is they cherry pick verses out of the Bible and use that to make analogies that fit their theology, and then they add to that by claiming to be the one true church that Jesus and the apostles built up, and that since they keep all of the old biblical laws, such as the Saturday Sabbath and the Passover, that only them and nobody else has true salvation. However, this group doesn't even worship Jesus. They worship a man named An Sang Hong, who they claim is the second coming of Christ. And they also worship another woman by the name of Zango Ja, who they say is their heavenly mother.
Oh, gosh.
But in reality, she's just an older Korean lady who lives in South Korea, who is the current leader of this group because An Sang Hong died in like the 80s. And this is often what you'll hear them preaching to people about. So this group can be very secretive, and they won't tell you things like this until you're too deep in. And another thing, for example, like they won't tell you the name or the location of the church as well. And just to add on to that, they're also a doomsday cult, and they often tell their members that, you know, the world is going to end, and they will use like subtle fear tactics to get you to feel like your life is really threatened, or that God will kick you out of heaven, kick your spot out of heaven if you're not doing exactly what this group is teaching you. For example, like I said, they're very prideful in the fact that they claim to keep all of the biblical feasts and laws, such as the Sabbath, the Passover. They're very heavy on like tithing, and they say if you don't do every single thing, that you're going to hell, and that they're the only ones with the quote-unquote truth. and anything else that you've ever been taught about Christianity is a lie, and that they're the only group who has the right answer. And aside from just how unbelievable that sounds that I'm looking from the outside in, that wasn't even the worst part of my experience. But the worst part was that they take up so much of your time the deeper you get in, and I was basically like brainwashed into having this robotic mindset that every single member exhibits, because the way they present their information and constantly reinforce hammering it into you over and over just causes everybody to act the same. Like, I literally started to speak and act differently, and this is something that my family and friends picked up on. And not only that, but I would spend so much time there. Like, for Saturday services, for example, we would be there all day, like literally all day, like 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., something like that. And, you know, I was slowly but surely finding myself spending more time at this place and less like just doing everything else in my life. And I started to completely disassociate from just my life.
I mean, that makes sense from the standpoint of somebody who doesn't have any background, doesn't know the gospel. He literally said he didn't know the gospel before, you know, getting involved in this group, didn't know anything about Jesus, nothing like that. That makes sense that you would disassociate from your life and completely pour into this group, because they're literally telling you and they're brainwashing you to the fact that if you don't do exactly what they say, then your spot in heaven is gone. So that would make sense from someone who is truly hungry spiritually for you to go all in on something like this. And I think that's exactly why they choose those people who are so young and are essentially don't know anything, because those are the people who are most easily manipulated. Same thing with why, you know, the enemy loves to attack children, because children are so young, they're so malleable, their brain is still developing. This is a reason why the enemy is so, you know, infatuated with sowing seeds of doubt and deception in our children. I'm wondering, I kind of want to watch the whole testimony. I want to see if he's going to go into more specifics and more details. I got to go back and look up what he said about what is talking about the Korean dudes. I'm not, no disrespect to the Koreans, but I'm just trying to figure out what the heck that has to do with association to this cult. Because y'all remember that one thing? Was it like the Mother God cult? There was some type of Mother God cult that I remember. I don't know if it was in China. I thought it was in China or Korea, somewhere, you know, in Asia. Anyway, let's just get back to it, and then I'll figure it out. There's 2 minutes left.
My friends and my family. But once more, this group is absolutely not a church. They do not follow Jesus, and they should be avoided at all costs. And if you know somebody in this group, please force them to do research, because something they used to tell us is literally not to look up anything about this group, because they'll know what we'll find. And I remember being in the mindset at the time, and they quite literally prepare you for anyone and anything that will tell you that anything that the group teaches is wrong. And, you know, it'll make us not want to do the research. It'll make, you know, you just feel scared and only want to turn back to them. So please force them to do the research. And if you are a current member, please do yourself a favor and do some research. Nothing's going to happen to you. And that's just all the way that they keep people in this one-track mind, this hive mind that they have all of these members following. So once again, please share this video, please, because it will help somebody. There are a lot of people that are in this group who think that they're following the right way, that they think they're following Jesus, that they're getting everything that they're looking for whatever reason they're pursuing Christianity, but it's not real Christianity. And I am free and happy to answer any sort of question. So leave a comment, DM me, whatever the case may be, and please pray for these people. And if you're a current member, I know this is hard to hear, but there are plenty of testimonies from people like me, people who have been in this false church way longer than me, who have come out and are doing much better now. But if that doesn't convince you, then I encourage you to know that Jesus Christ is real, and he will set you free if you ask him. And the last thing I need to say is, if anyone of the Tallahassee congregation of this group is watching this video, I just want to say that even if you think I'm some sort of false prophet in your eyes, that I don't hold anything against you, and I don't think you all are bad people, but I do believe that you are misinformed and that you are being deceived. So please take everything that I've said into consideration. Also go watch my full testimony, and even if you don't believe me, just pray in the name of Jesus one time and see what happens. Ask him to reveal the truth to you. But for everyone who made it this far, thank you so much for listening. It really,
Bro, spiritual manipulation is the worst. Okay. What? Let me go back here for a second. World Mission Society Church of God. Let's look it up. World Mission Society Church of God. Oh, they got one by me. They got one by me. Okay. Got, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Well, that's a dead giveaway, ain't it? World Mission Society Church of God. I don't know if y'all see anything that looks a little off to you, but let's see what's going on here. Let me see what's going on here. I don't really want to accept the cookies. What is this? East Coast World Mission. World Mission. The Church of God preaches the gospel of the New Testament, the New Covenant, as Jesus commanded. Therefore, make disciples of the nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, teaching them to obey everything I've commanded you. And surely I am with you always to the very end of the age. Well, you know what's interesting? God the Mother. You know what's interesting? There are moments in Scripture, for example, where God is described as having like motherly affection towards us, right? I can't, hold on. Let me see. Hold on. I can't find exactly what I'm looking for, but we're gonna have to go back to it. But there's moments in scriptures where God's love and affection for us is described in the form of, you know, like how a mother has affection for her children. But specifically, God is referred to as, you know, a male, you know, not a female in the scriptures. But there's certain groups that will take the description of God's love being compared to a mother's love. They'll take those scriptures, they'll take those passages, and they'll pervert it into something like this, right? God the Mother. Learn more about God the Mother. God the Mother. When we look at all living organisms, we see the same pattern. Life comes from a father and a mother. This is true for plants, animals, and human beings, but ultimately, the mother is the one who gives life to their child. God made it this way to show us that even spiritually, we can only receive eternal life through God, the Mother. God made it this way to show us that even spiritually, we can only receive eternal life through God, the Mother. Revelation 4:11. They know the truth about God because he has made it obvious to them. For ever since the world was created, people have seen the earth and the sky. Through everything God made, they can clearly see his invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature, so they have no excuse for not knowing God. That's a pretty wild statement that they're making. Revelation 4:11. You are worthy, our Lord and God, to receive glory and honor and power, for you created all things, and by your will they were created and have their being. What is the contextual similarity between that statement and that verse? God made it this way to show us that even spiritually, we can only receive eternal life through God, the Mother. I'm confused. Elohim in the Bible. God, the Mother's existence can be clearly seen not only through the creation, but also throughout the Bible. From the first chapter, then God said, let us make human beings in our image to be like us. So God created human beings in his image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them. Genesis 1:26-7. 1:26-27. Elohim. When God created human beings, he said, let us. This shows that God is more than one. God created males and females as a reflection of the male and female images of God. God the Father and God the Mother. That is why the original Hebrew text refers to God as Elohim, which means gods. Elohim, the God, Elohim, God the Father, and God the Mother have been working together for our salvation since the creation of the world. But according to the Bible, the last days is the time for God the Mother to be revealed. Well, that's incorrect. So they're perverting the triune nature of God, God the Father, Son, Spirit, and they're simply saying that it's God the Father and God the Mother. Which Elohim does mean gods. It means gods, but in the context that they're trying to present it is incorrect. The bride. In the last days, the Spirit, who is God the Father, and the bride are to appear together and call their children to receive the water of life, eternal life. According to Revelation, the bride is Jerusalem, our mother. The Spirit and the bride say, come, and whoever wishes, let them take the free gift of the water of life. Revelation 22:17. But Jerusalem that is above is free, and she is our mother, God the Mother. What is the gospel? The gospel is the good news of salvation that Jesus preached while he was on earth. When looking at Matthew 4:23 in different translations of the Bible, we can see the gospel and the good news used interchangeably. Jesus went throughout Galilee, teaching in their synagogues, proclaiming the good news of the kingdom, and healing every disease, sickness among the people. Matthew 4:23. Okay. The gospel is the new covenant. The gospel is the good news of the kingdom. But what is this good news that Jesus preached? Apostle Paul explains what exactly the gospel, the good news, is in his multiple letters to the churches recorded in the New Testament. This is the gospel that you've heard and that has been proclaimed to every creature under heaven, and of which I, Paul, have become a servant minister. Here, Apostle Paul shares with the Colossian church that he is a servant or a minister of the gospel, but when writing to the church of God in Corinth, he explains that he is a minister of the new covenant. He made us competent as ministers of a new covenant, not of the letter of the Spirit, for the letter kills, but the Spirit gives life. 2 Corinthians 3:6. Paul describes himself as a servant of the minister of the gospel as well as the minister of the new covenant. Through this, we can conclude that the gospel is the new covenant. Jesus gave his body and blood through the new covenant Passover. Through it, we become one body in Jesus, receive the promise of eternal life, and become heirs of God. And this is the good news, the gospel of the kingdom that Jesus proclaimed. What is the new covenant? You know, the Bible contains two types of laws, the law of Moses and the law of Christ. The law of Moses refers to what the Israelites observed in the Old Testament. The law of Christ means the teachings given by Jesus Christ in the New Testament. These laws are also called the Old Covenant and the New Covenant, respectively. Through the prophet Jeremiah, God said he would establish the new covenant in the future. These days are coming, declares the Lord, when I make a new covenant with the people of Israel and with the people of Judah. In the new covenant, the laws and ways of the Old Covenant, Old Testament, changed into the laws and ways of the New Covenant. And Jesus showed us how to properly keep the New Covenant. In fact, he put his most important teaching at the core of it. Jesus said to them, "Very truly I tell you, unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you. Whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life, and I will raise them up at the last day." Then the day of the unleavened bread came, on which the Passover lamb had to be sacrificed. Jesus sent Peter and John, saying, "Go and make preparations for us to eat the Passover." He took the bread, gave thanks, and broke it, and gave it to them, saying, "This is my body given for you. Do this in remembrance of me." In the same way, after the supper, he took the cup, saying, This cup is the new covenant in my blood, which is poured out for you." Why should I keep the new covenant? When we celebrate the new covenant Passover, we receive Jesus Christ's flesh and blood and gain eternal life. This is why we must keep the new covenant. And 2,000 years ago, the disciples felt the same way. This is crazy. The new covenant does not only include the Passover, it also includes everything else Jesus taught, including observing the rest of the annual feast of God and weekly Sabbath, and the regulation of the women's veil. When we follow the commandments, when we follow the commands of the new covenant, we can enter into eternal life. Okay, well, this is false. When we celebrate, listen to this. I just read it, but listen to this one more time. When we celebrate the new covenant Passover, we receive Jesus Christ's flesh and blood and gain eternal life. This is why we must keep the new covenant. So, celebration of Passover, new covenant Passover, as they say, in addition to observing the rest of the annual feast of God, the weekly Sabbath, and the regulation of the women's veil, All those things combined gain you access into the kingdom of God. All those things combined equal eternal life for you. That is the gospel according to this organization. And they literally said, what is the gospel? The gospel is the new covenant. What is the new covenant according to their definition? Well, the new covenant is what we just went over. It's very interesting because, I mean, if you don't know anything, then you can't really blame somebody for falling for something like that. Because when you're adding in scripture, when you're adding in these types of components to somebody who knows nothing, nothing about it, you know, you would probably think that that is correct, but that is actually, in fact, a false gospel. You know what's interesting? I feel like, not all the time, but I feel like oftentimes, unfortunately, the organizations who are most aggressive in their outreach are the ones that are promoting and preaching a false gospel. And that shouldn't be the case, because as true followers of Jesus Christ, we should be the one that are the most bold in our outreach. We should be the ones on those campuses. We should be the ones discipling these young brothers and sisters who are yearning to know God. We should be the ones in those spaces and places. But it's the people who have a false gospel, who are full of lies, who are the ones who are out in those spaces, manipulating these people into essentially joining their cult and essentially leading them to hell by way of a false gospel. Manipulating scripture to a point where you're creating so much confusion that even if you get out of it, you're potentially always going to have some sort of negative connotation as it comes to Christianity, because you were manipulated in a way that just kind of put you in that place. Not saying that God can't heal you from that, not saying that God can't deliver you from that, but that's crazy. That's crazy stuff. Hold on. I think there's one by my house. 1 second. West WM. What is it called again? Hold on. World Church of God. World Missionary Church of God. World Mission Church of God. Yeah, there's one right down the street from my house. Right down the street from my house. Should we pull up on him? And I think he handled that really well. It's not necessarily the people. The people don't know any better. The people who are in it, but the people at the top, y'all gonna have to face judgment for that. I don't know, man. What do y'all think? I haven't even looked at the chat. I haven't even been looking at the chat. This stuff is crazy. That took us down a whole rabbit hole of information that I wasn't necessarily prepared for, but it doesn't take a master's of theology to recognize that that is absolutely false. All right, let's get to the super chats. Yo, Lynn. Yo, there's a lot of people. Y'all need to chill. Let's get to the chats. Let's get to the chats. Let's get to the chats. Let's get to the chat. Where was I at here? Okay. Lynn Matthews. Again, 1999. I definitely enjoy when you help get the information out. I encountered this cult while living in SD in Miramar, Mission Valley area. Yeah. I have some stories about some personal stuff that I encountered from like a cult standpoint. And I don't really know. It's tricky because I would love to share the story. And this is actually somebody who is still active in ministry. This is somebody who pops up on my YouTube feed, on my TikTok feed fairly often. It's just a tricky situation, but yeah, these things happen a lot more than what we may think. But thank you, Lynn. Shout out to you, Lynn. Hey, Lynn, you need to chill. You done dropped like $40. You need to chill, but God bless you. PB, $10 super chat from PB. Thank you so much, PB. I think I had a vision of heaven yesterday, a flowery field of all colors and an amber sky. I felt a knowing that this was paradise, and even had a physical body high that persisted after I woke up. That's pretty wild. You know what's going to be crazy? I don't know what heaven's going to necessarily look like aesthetically, aside from what we know about it in the Bible, what the Bible describes. But you know what's crazy to me, something that I always think about when it comes to heaven, is the everlasting joy component of heaven. It's something that our minds can't even really fathom at this point in time, because we're in time, right? We don't have any concept of everlasting joy, because at a certain point, we're limited by time because we're in time. But in heaven, it's outside of time. It's eternal, right? This concept of everlasting joy, like, could you imagine just a joy that never stops, is eternal, that is everlasting? It's mind blowing. And like, in my limited human understanding, I can't even comprehend how good it's actually going to be. But even in my understanding of it, I know it's going to be infinitely better than what I can even imagine, what any of us can even imagine. Which is why it's so heartbreaking when you have these organizations like World Mission Society, Church of God, clearly telling us in their beliefs on their website that they are false, that they are offering a false gospel. It's so heartbreaking that they would manipulate scriptures in that way. But when you think about it, isn't that what spiritual warfare is? You know, the enemy comes to steal, to kill, and to destroy. Of course, he wants to pervert the gospel. Of course, he wants to present you with a false gospel so that you cannot experience the everlasting joy of heaven, because the enemy cannot experience the everlasting joy of heaven, and he knows that. But shout out to you, PB. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Kenny G, $2 super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Way behind, but Mardi Gras is our biggest day in Louisiana. That's what I'm saying. This is what I said previously. Like the police superintendent talking about, oh, we don't really know, we don't really know. I didn't know we had those barriers. I didn't know. Like, you didn't know you had the barriers to block cars from mowing down people on Bourbon. Like, you didn't know that? It's ridiculous. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. You know what I saw? And I don't know how you guys feel about this. And, shout out to you, Kenny G, because I'm assuming that you're from Louisiana. You know what I saw? People were insinuating, and once again, I don't know how you guys feel about this. I'm just putting this out there as a conversational point. I saw a video of somebody talking about, I'm not going to say it, actually. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to wait. Nessa Nicole. We got some usual suspects. Nessa and Agape. Nessa Nicole, $4.99. Thank you so much, Nessa. Also, can I request we watch a video Almost Saved by Ezekiel? Beautiful poem. I just thought of it today. So good. Almost Saved by Ezekiel. Is it a YouTube video? At the end, hold on. Let me go here. Almost Saved. Oh, yeah. We could watch it. Nessa. I got some more stories lined up, but we could watch it. Agape Vibes. $13.99. Canadian. Thank you so much. Never Beef. Never That. You're one of the realest people I know on YouTube. I'll be faithful. I'll be a faithful mod. I got your back, brother. Never Beef. I forget. I don't think it was you. I think it was somebody. It was somebody who would show up to the stream on a normal basis. I forgot what video I was watching. It might have been, because this kind of stirs people up. It might have been the Pop the Balloon video with the Christians in it. For whatever reason, those videos stir up a lot of controversy in the chat. I forget who I was beefing with, but it was somebody usual. But shout out to you, Agape. Okay, let's put a pause on the super chats. I promise I'll get back to super chats in a moment. I do have some more stories to get to. But I promise I will get back to the super chats in a moment. 13 out of 20. So we're like, when does it end? The goal ends in 13 minutes. So if somebody wants to hang out on chat. So here's the super chat goal. The super chat goal was 20 super chats, and then I'll bring somebody on chat to hang out. Well, I'll bring somebody on stream to hang out. Here's the thing though. In order for that to work, I'm going to have to send you a link. So I need a way to send a link. And if we hit the goal, maybe we can even do like a panel thing if we hit the goal. All right. So maybe we could do like a panel situation if we hit the goal. But you got 13 minutes left. So, hey, if that's what y'all want to do, then go ahead and get to it. If not, then, I ain't tripping. Okay, where were we at? Oh, Kim Kardashian. Oh my gosh. This is going to be like a quick story because I really don't have too much to say about this. I don't have a whole lot to say about this. I don't even really know what to say about this. Okay. All right, y'all. Kim Kardashian, she made a video, Santa baby video. I had actually forgot about this story, but I was scrolling through my saved videos on TikTok to kind of see what I was going to talk about today. And then I realized that I had in fact forgot about this story. She made a video. It was a cover for Santa Baby. Very strange, bizarre video. Some people are saying, and I don't know if you've seen the video or not. I don't even really know I don't know if I can even show it. I don't even know if I can show the video. But a very strange video, very sexual video. I seen some people arguing that the video was actually in support of Christians. It wasn't actually mocking Christians. This was the argument that I saw a couple of people try to make on the internet. I don't really know what I don't know what her intention behind making it was, but I'll tell you this: it looks very demonic. It looks very sick. It looks very blasphemous. And it just looks crazy. And on top of that, the whole video is just overtly sexual and just completely diverts from, Jesus Christ in every way, shape or form, regardless of what her intention for making the cover was. I think she failed at it, in my opinion. I don't know if you've seen the video. I don't really know how much I could show here. And that's an indication that is, like, I can't show that. Let me see what I can show here. I mean, I don't really know what to tell y'all about this. Like, I was trying to find an interview speaking as to why she did this, and I can't really find anything. Maybe I can find something now. I'm not really sure, but when I first saw the video, I'll give you my honest thoughts. When I first saw the video, I thought that she was doing it. I thought that she made the video simply to cause outrage, because whatever you want to think about Kim Kardashian, she is a master marketer. She knows how to get attention. She knows how to get clicks. She knows how to, she knows how to play the game of the internet. And, oftentimes when people are trying to hold on to a sense of relevancy, they use the one who is the most relevant, who has always been relevant and who will always be relevant, as their, point of focus to mock or to blaspheme, which is, Jesus Christ and Christianity. And that was my initial thought, is that she was using this as a way to stay relevant. She was using this as a way to essentially, stay top of mind during a time where, not too many people are talking about Kim Kardashian, and she craves that attention. She needs it. She worships it. You know what I'm saying? But upon deeper inspection, and I still believe that, but upon deeper inspection, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on that I couldn't even necessarily pinpoint for you on this live stream. That's why I was saying I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but I did want to spend a little bit of time on it because it is so bizarre and so disturbing on so many different levels. I'm trying to go through the screenshots here to show you, to see if I can show you anything else. I don't really think I need to, though. I don't really think I need to. Hold on. I can't show that. I can't show that. Hold on. Let me go to YouTube. I'm just curious as to why she dropped it and then she didn't say anything about it. Yeah, I can't find anything else. That was pretty much it. I don't want to get too deep into it. I just want to say that that's it. Let's move on. I also saw this. this really broke my heart, and I kind of feel uneasy about it. I feel kind of uneasy about this story. It still breaks my heart to this day. But, you know, DC Young Fly gifts his daughters a sculpture of their late mother, Jackie O, for Christmas. I'm not sure how many of y'all saw this video. So Jackie O passed away. She got a surgery, elective surgery, passed away. Excuse me. And left behind, you know, 3 beautiful children, young children, very young children. And her fiance or boyfriend, I don't know. I'm not sure what their status was, but let's just, I'll say fiance. Her fiance, DC Young Fly, apparently gifted the children a sculpture of their mom. And, you know, you could see how much the children miss their mother, which is obvious. Like, you know, I don't care how old you are. You're going to miss your mom if your mom passes away. And even like from a relational standpoint, even if you don't have a good relationship with your mom, like, let's just keep it real. Like, there's going to be a part of you that is going to miss your mom. Like, that's your mom. Like, you came from your mother's womb. You know what I mean? But even furthermore, for children, of course they're going to miss their mother. So it's just terrible just to see, you know, it's just terrible to see. But I just feel kind of weird about just the sculpture in general. I just feel kind of weird about it. I don't know. I could be tripping. I could be wrong. Let me play the video and then y'all can let me know what you think.
I'm sorry, we got no way.
Are you guys ready to see your gift? You're gonna be so excited.
You're gonna read the note.
Merry Christmas, cousin babies. Your mother is always with you and looking down on you with all that you do. She is very proud of all of you. Love, Cousin Ted.
Now open it. Now open it. Be careful with it. What is it?
Mommy.
Do you like it?
That's my mom! Auntie. Auntie. That's my mom!
Yeah.
Oh, no. That's your mom.
Oh.
I'm sorry, we got no way. Are you guys ready to see your gift?
Like, am I tripping? Am I tripping? It's like a doll. It's a wax doll. It's a wax doll. You think it's cute? I guess that wouldn't be my choice to go about it. That's just me. You know, people can do whatever they want to do. Obviously, it's his children, and people can do whatever they want to do. But I just feel like that is kind of confusing for a child. That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Like, I feel like it's kind of confusing for a child, especially how they reacted. And you can't be mad at a child for reacting like that, especially when she said, "That's my mom." Like, yo, that hit. But, you know, you don't want them to start developing this unhealthy attachment to this, you know, sculpture, because it looks like their mom. It's in the image of their mom, but that's not your mom, you know. I would go in the direction of the truth, which is, you know, assuming, and I don't know what her faith was, but, you know, assuming that she believed in Jesus Christ and that, you know, she was saved. It's like, yo, look, mommy's in heaven. We're going to see her again. You know, mommy's okay. She's with Jesus. It's all good. That's the standpoint that I would take it. I wouldn't put images and sculptures of mommy in the house and create this confusion and create this attachment. But that's just me. I can't necessarily pinpoint that there's anything like wrong with it, but for me, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Give me a second. Hold on. You watch it again. I gotta let my wife in the house. She's locked out. Hold on 1 second. Watch the video again. Let me know what you think. Hold on.
You're gonna be so excited.
You're gonna read the note.
Merry Christmas, cousin babies. Your mother is always with you and looking down on you with all that you do. She is very proud of all of you. Love, Cousin Tess.
Now open it. Now open it. Be careful with it. What is it?
Mommy.
Do you like it?
That's my mom! Auntie. Auntie. That's my mom!
Yeah.
Oh, no. That's your mom. Oh.
I don't know, man. That's just me. That's just me. Is it? Is it, Roy? I just I didn't want to cuz look, it feels a little crafty. It feels a little crafty. It feels a little crafty. It does. It does. You said it. I was trying to be respectful, but it feels a little crafty. It feels a little crafty. That's not how I would choose to operate in my household. Now, I couldn't even imagine, losing my wife. I couldn't even imagine it. I couldn't even imagine it. Couldn't even imagine it. People do things and they grieve in different ways. They try to make things right for their household in different ways, but this ain't it. This ain't it. This ain't it. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We're on the same page, Quenisha. We're on the same page. We're on the same page. I was just trying to, you know what I'm saying? This is what I'm like. Listen, that's what I was feeling. That's what I was thinking. That was my initial thought. But going through the comment section, there's a lot of Christians in the comment section. I'm talking about on the video. A lot of Christians in the comment section who don't seem to have any issue with it, who are actually praising, these individuals for doing this. So it's very bizarre behavior, in my opinion. It's bizarre behavior. It is. My daughter brought me some candy. This looks crazy. Bro, this looks like Patrick from SpongeBob. I don't know if I'm going to be eating that. That's what's up. Shout out to my daughter for bringing me some candy. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I saw a comment. Hold on. No, it's concerning, Ellen. It's definitely concerning. I didn't say it wasn't concerning. I was just saying, like, yo, it breaks my heart, the kids' reaction to it. So I'm on the same page with y'all. All right. Don't try to I'm on the same page with you, Ellen. It's concerning. It is concerning. It's very concerning. Let's go to Andre Ward. I just got a couple quick ones to get through. So, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Let me go back. Why did that pop up right there? Okay, let's go here real quick. Andre Ward, former professional boxer. I think he's undefeated. I don't think he took an L in his professional career. He said something very, very interesting on TikTok. I'm going to play the video and then we can have a conversation.
I don't think I ever said this publicly, but I lost most of my family because of success. When I was in the streets, trying to box and be in the streets, and I'm showing up to the family function high, everybody was cool with me. Mm-hmm. When I was drunk, everybody was cool. Oh, look at him, they laughing, it's a joke. But when me and my wife start elevating and we start putting boundaries in place, like, nah, we ain't gonna do that, man. Hey, y'all can drink at y'all house, but I don't drink no more, man. God took that from me. I don't want to. What? It became an issue. Even with my faith, I started putting boundaries. Like, man, I can't do that no more. That's your business if you want to do it, right. But I just can't do it. It's hurtful. Yep. But what I learned is you got to let God have his way, because he's listening to them conversations that you're not privy to. He knows people's hearts. We may look up like, that's my sister, that's my brother. Yep. He know the heart better than us. Yep. So when God removes somebody, we got to let him go. So I got to cry, do what I got to do, but I got to let you go over there until your heart change, if it ever changed at all. Yep. Or else God going to say, I tried to tell you. It's hard losing people, but you got to choose your heart. Because you either had a heart of creating boundaries and letting people gossip and move on and your circle gets smaller, or you could choose the heart of not saying no, not having no boundaries, and you look up and your money ain't right at the end of your career, or everybody got stuff and you looking like, bro, I ain't got nothing. I bought everybody a house, I got everybody a car, everybody got vacation, but now I ain't got what I'm supposed to have and I can't fight no more. Yeah. That's hard too. Mm-hmm. So my thing is, it ain't no easy road. We just got to choose which heart we want to choose. I don't think I ever said.
I think it's tough to, I agree with him. I think it's tough with family because, man, oftentimes, unfortunately, family be the ones that hurt you the most, bro. Family be the ones that hurt you the most. Because I think as Christians, like, we have a heart for people. And, like, we have a heart for our family. You know what I mean? And, like, I understand as Christians, we're all brothers and sisters in Christ. I get it. I understand it. I get it. But, the ones who you grew up with, the people who raised you, the ones who you've been around, it's hard when you're going through stuff with those individuals. It's hard when those people aren't on the same page as you, especially when you add success. That's already a whole different animal in itself, because that comes with a lot of stuff. That comes with handouts. That comes with feeling obligated to help. And there ain't nothing wrong with helping people, but sometimes you can help people to a point where they're dependent on you to help them, which ultimately causes them more distress, more pain, and makes the problem worse. But as somebody who is successful, and I'm sure there's people in the chat who can relate, as people who are successful, I'm not specifically talking about myself, I'm just talking about in general, it's hard to not, want to be there for those people. It's hard to not want to help those people. You know what I mean? But at a certain point, there is an amount of animosity that is created, and it's tough. But then you add in the faith component. When you have family members who aren't on the same page as you from a faith standpoint, it's very tough, especially when they try to downplay and criticize your decision making simply because that decision making is rooted in your belief in God. It's difficult. It's difficult. I don't really know where that line is. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know where the line is between cutting off a family member and being with that person and trying to be patient with that person and trying to lead that person to God. I don't know what that line looks like. You know, that's ultimately going to be between you and God. That's going to be a conversation between you and God to figure out what that looks like in your life. Because if your commitment to that family member is deterring your faith and is causing you to backslide and is causing you to fall into old behavior, then that may not be the calling for you right now. You may have to cut that person off and pursue God until, you know, he tells you that you're ready to be in that situation. I don't know what that cutoff looks like. But, you know, even in my own life, man, there's conflicts. Every family has conflicts. And for me, I don't really understand having essentially, I'm gonna say this, but I hope you understand what I mean. I don't understand having like eternal grudges against family members in terms of like, I know there might be disagreement. Well, depending on what it is, but once again, if God can forgive, then we can forgive as well. It might be tough. I don't know what that family member did to you. You know what I'm saying? If that family member assaulted your child, bro, I understand that it must take a lot for you to forgive that person. Like, I don't know what that family member did to you, but I'm just speaking in my situation. Like, there's like some stuff that has happened between family members, and it's like, bro, how you can't forgive. You know what I mean? Like, if so-and-so were to pass away, you're telling me that you would have zero regret in terms of how you handled that relationship while they were still on earth. You know what I mean? But once again, it's a line. It's a fine line, and I don't know where that line begins and ends, if that makes sense. But I thought how he articulated it was great. I agree. I didn't know he was a man of faith like that. I didn't know he believed in God like that. So it was cool to see him have that conversation. But yeah, y'all let me know what y'all think. It's been a minute since I went to the super chats. Hold on. Let me see what's going on in here. So here's the thing. It said, so here's the thing. We're 17 of 20 for the goal, but I think we hit the goal, actually. I do think we hit the goal. Because there were some super chats that were like 1 cent under that didn't count. So I do think we hit the goal. So this is what we got to do. I'm going to create a post. Right now. Hold on. I'm going to create a post inside Patreon. And it's a free post. So before y'all get on here talking about, oh, you blah, 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 you just trying to make some money on your Patreon, and you blah, blah, blah. It's a free post on Patreon. Like, it's a free post. You don't got to pay to see the post. I'm going to make a post on Patreon, and we're going to put together a panel. So we'll put together a panel of people. YouTube live panel. We'll put together a panel. I don't know. I just don't know how to, like, what's a fair way to get people on the panel though? Let's do this. We'll put together a panel. On the Patreon post, drop a comment and say that you want to be on the panel. And just say why you want to be on the panel. Just say why. All right? and then we'll go through and we'll add people on the panel. Hold on. My panel participant. You tried what you're saying before. I don't know what to talk about though. That's the thing. I don't know what to talk about. I think it would be cool if we had some structure to it. Like if we actually had some structure to it to where we knew what we were going to talk about so that we could stay on track and actually have like a meaningful, beneficial conversation for everybody. You know what I mean? Because there's going to be people watching the panel too. So I want it to be a fruitful discussion. Okay, hold on. I'm going to say this. Let me know. I'm going to say this. YouTube live panel participants. Would you like to be a part of a panel discussion? If so, let me know a little about yourself and what topics you're interested in talking about. Okay. Hold on, I gotta take a little pic. Hold on, I gotta take a little pic for the post. Okay. Don't be making fun of me. Oh, my teeth look yellow. Okay, hold on. Okay, create a post. All members. Tags. Publish. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to put the link to the post in the chat. 1 second. I know, pray about it. I mean, the thing about it, I'm almost inclined. I'm almost inclined to wait. I'm almost inclined to wait until we have a good amount of responses, because I don't really see a reason why we can't have everybody on the panel who, you know, wants to be on the panel. But I'm just trying to figure out how to structure it to like have a conversation in a meaningful way, you know. But hold on, let me get this post. Hold on. What's going on? Why can't nobody else see it? Share post. Copy post link. Okay. Let me put it in the chat. I think that's it. Pen. Okay. Listen. Don't get upset. But I think it might be easier. Testimonies. Ooh. That's a good idea, Selena. That's a good idea. Selena, testimonies? That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Yeah, it's okay. It's free. Just click on the link, join for free. You can type it, it's free. That's a good idea. You said that too? Okay. So that might be easier. But should we do like a panel of testimonies? Or should we just do like one testimony at a time? So like just one person? Or should we do a panel of like testimonies? Like if you guys have, hear me out. If you guys have similar testimonies, like for example, let's just say, for example, let's just say you were gay, right? But God got you out of that. And now, you know what I'm saying? If there's people who have similar testimonies like that, do you think it would be interesting to have similar testimonies on a panel? Or do you think we should just do it one by one? That's all I'm saying. Let me know. The link is in Patreon. Hold on. Somebody said something that I was interested in. Please, you see, okay, one at a time. Yeah. One person, because it could take a while unless you want to set a time limit. Yeah, one person would be better. A panel of testimonies. Okay, let's get in Patreon and we can have a conversation in Patreon. Would y'all wouldn't want to do it tomorrow, would you? Any update on Sue? Yeah. I'll be laughing at me, Susan. I'm asking from the standpoint of, it would be nice to kind of know a little bit about the testimony if you guys type it. Well, the topic would be your testimonies. I think that's what we decided. But I'm saying, would y'all want to do it tomorrow so that I can organize it? Or do y'all feel scammed? Do you feel scammed? Do you feel finessed? Let's just be honest. Do you feel finessed? If so, let me know. But I'm trying to keep some structure to this. Nick finessed me. He said, do this, hit the goal, and we hit the goal, and he didn't deliver. You know what I said? Somebody asked what camera I'm using. Okay, so the camera I'm using. Let me give you some context. If you're still in the chat. This was my first, well, actually, this phone, I think it was an iPhone 11. This was my first camera. This was my first like YouTube camera. This is a really good camera. This is a Sony ZV-E10. This is a really good camera. This is a 4K camera. Super cool camera. I use Ecamm. I'm actually using two services. I'm using Ecamm Live, and then I'm also using OBS at the same time. But this is a Sony ZV-E10. Super cool camera. The only thing with this camera, though, if you're recording for long amounts of time, this camera is going to shut off because it gets too hot. There's no fan, so it gets too hot. But this camera plus this lens is immaculate. This camera plus this lens is immaculate. I also was thinking about giving this away to somebody because I'm not using it anymore. But this combination is absolutely wild. The only downside, like I said, if you're recording for like more than an hour and 15 minutes, the camera's going to shut off because it's going to get too hot. But this is like, if you're looking for like a starter camera for YouTube or content, this is a great camera. But honestly, I would just start with your phone. Now, to answer your question, what camera am I using right now? It's a Sony FX3, which is definitely not necessary. It's definitely not necessary, but that's the camera that I'm using right now. It's probably a little bit overkill, but that's what I'm using right now. This is probably the last camera that I will ever use, because I don't really need any more than this. I would love to have it. I'm a YouTuber as well. Okay. Send me an email. You can have it. I'll send it to you. Send me an email. I don't think I have any like batteries or anything. This is like, I don't have anything else to go with it though. So you got to get the rest of the stuff. I don't have a battery or nothing like that. But I'll send you what I have. But yeah, it's yours. It's yours. Okay. But you gotta send me email. Like send me some like right. I gotta know it's you though. I gotta know it's you. I don't know how I'm gonna confirm that. Guys, don't scam. Please don't scam. Don't scam her in the comments. Like, don't send me like, just send me an email so I know it's you. That's all I'm saying. What my wife's saying. What time tomorrow are they asking? What time works for y'all? What time works for y'all? What time works for y'all? I know I need mods. We're gonna figure that out. I'm not saying I'm gonna give it a camera. Yo, I'm gonna give it a camera. I'm just saying, like, I don't want y'all to send me like 50 emails talking about, oh, I'm the one you said was gonna give the camera. I'm saying don't scam her. I'm saying just let her email me, just her, to make it easier. Because you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Okay. Do I have any other stories that I wanted to touch on? I'm sure I do. Let me see what's going on here. Oh, I did want to talk about this. Okay, can we get back on track, y'all? Can we get back on track? All right. Donald Trump. This was an interesting story. I'm just gonna press play and then we'll have a conversation.
Let me get this straight. DJT, aka Donald Jacques Trump, invites the Mississippi Valley State marching.
Hold on, let me hear that again. Donald Jacques Trump.
Let me get this straight. DJT, aka Donald Jacques Trump, invites the Mississippi Valley State marching band to come and perform at one of the most important moments in American history, his second inauguration. And these kids back here, who have been working their entire life for a moment like this, who have been praying for a moment like this level of exposure to be in the universe. Okay, this is easily going to be the most attended and most watched inauguration ever. And these kids are going to have the opportunity to perform for the world, to show their gifting to the world. And they're being told by people who look just like them that they are sellouts for doing so, and that they should scrap the entire idea. Like, imagine the audacity of somebody telling you that you should not be performing at one of the biggest events ever that may very well change your entire life because they were told not to like this guy. Matter of fact, they were told that this man right here is a racist. Mind you, this is the same racist who created sustainable funding for schools like your own in his first term, when no other president, including the president who might have looked just like you, had an opportunity to do the exact same thing. That's the racist we're talking about. The one who was only racist after 2016, right? Decades before that, he was beloved within the black community, but as soon as he became a potential president, all of a sudden the media told you that he's a racist now. Yeah. That's how we're entering into 2025. Now, this is the exact reason I stopped listening to a lot of folks, because a lot of y'all have lost your damn minds. You have let yourself become so damn occupied with your own racism, with your own bigotry, that you cannot see this as a blessing for these kids. You are the problem if you believe that these kids should not perform at that event. You are the problem. And if that pisses you off, I'm glad, because you need a little bit of introspection. All right? You need to check yourself. Imagine if one of them kids was one of your kids and they had an opportunity of a lifetime and you had the audacity, because you are so bitter and resentful, because your candidate, who you only chose, mind you, a few months ago because you were told to choose them through $2 billion of campaign money.
And still in debt.
That your child is going to be a disgrace and a sellout for taking advantage of such an opportunity. If any of the kids from Mississippi Valley State hear me, please hear me clearly. Don't listen to these damn loonies, these cuckoos. Do your damn thing. I'm proud of you. Salute. Make America march again, damn it.
So, Mississippi Valley State, HBCU, right? I think they're HBCU. Pretty sure they're HBCU. Trump invites them to do the inauguration. Let me see if I can pull up an article here. And there's a lot of people, you know, as he said, black people, who don't think that they should do it. Let me see if I can find this inauguration. How do you spell inauguration? Oh my gosh. You would not even know that I got through high school. Let me see. Inauguration. Okay, what the heck is that? Okay. So it says, Mississippi Valley State marching band has launched a fundraiser to perform during Donald Trump's inauguration in January. MVSU's Mean Green Marching Machine, that's a cool name, received and accepted an invitation to participate in the 60th presidential inauguration parade, on January 20th, 2025. It would be the band's second presidential inauguration performance. The last one for former President Richard Nixon. Wow. They need $350K to get to the nation's capital. They need $350,000 in order to get to the nation's capital. I wonder why they need so much. A lot of money. A lot of money. They got a lot of equipment, I'm assuming, that they got to move. But still, that's a lot of money. $350,000. So they did a GoFundMe. I'm just curious. Well, they're pretty much there. They got it. They got it at this point. They got 250,000 out of so they dropped it to 270. So they're pretty much there. But, you know, people are upset because they don't want them to perform at this event because they don't support Trump. So therefore, they don't want these kids to have the opportunity to perform on literally a global scale, on a global platform. So they would rather that they sit this, you know, performance out as opposed to perform on this platform. I don't understand. I guess I do understand. There's just a lot of groupthink. There's a lot of groupthink mentality. And I used to be a victim of the groupthink mentality. I wasn't always an individual who had thoughts as an individual. Like you know, the first time that I ever voted, I voted for Obama. And I was happy. Well, actually, no. Was that the second time? Because Obama did 2 terms, right? So the first term, I think I voted the second term for Obama, I think. Because the first term, I don't think I was old enough. Anyway, the first time I ever voted for president, I voted for Obama. All right. They told me he's black. I'm black. You should go do it. If you don't do it, you ain't black. That's what they told me. I believed it. All right. And I'm just saying, a lot of people fall into that same thought process. A lot of people don't do the research for themselves. They just do whatever specific party tells them to do. And I'm not saying that you should just blindly follow any party. You shouldn't blindly follow the Democrats. You shouldn't blindly follow the Democrats, and you shouldn't blindly follow the Republicans. You shouldn't do that. You should do the research for yourself. You should assess each candidate. You should assess their policy, and you should make the decision that is best for you based on your research. That's what you should do. But oftentimes we fall into this thing called groupthink, and we essentially fall for the propaganda machine that has now become the media, and whatever the mainstream media says goes for a lot of people. And for a lot of people, that is still the case. That is still the case. Now, I don't understand. Well, I do understand. You know, people think Trump's a racist. People think that Trump is using, black people and musicians and whatnot to manipulate and gain votes. People think that Trump is using the Bible and religion to, control and manipulate Christians into voting for him and all this type of stuff. People are going to think whatever they want to think, right? Is Trump perfect? No, he's not perfect. He's not perfect, but he's tackling the issues that no other candidate would dare to tackle. He's tackling these issues. You saw all those videos of him talking about on day one of what he's going to do, of what he's going to abolish, of what he's going to get done on day one. Now, we'll wait and see what he actually does on day one, but nobody else is talking like that. Nobody else would even dare to touch those items. And you see what happens when you touch those items, right? You got to go through all these lawsuits. Now you got to get persecuted. Now you got to get prosecuted. All this type of stuff. Now, if this was Kamala Harris, she would have had Meg Thee Stallion at the inauguration. She would have had Eminem at the inauguration. Right? She would have had J-Lo at the inauguration. She would have had Sexy Red at the inauguration. She would have had all these people at the inauguration. Right? But Trump says that he wants the HBCU band to pull up, and y'all can't get behind it. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, if you ask me. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But y'all let me know what you think. Oh, Kamala. Did you see that video? Did you see that video of Kamala trying to do the Pledge of Allegiance? That was crazy. That was crazy. I don't know if I should do this video next or this video. This one might be better. This one might be better. Which one? You want the not Bonnie Blue. What's her name? Somebody said Bonnie Blue in the comments. Lily Phillips. You want the Lily Phillips one or you want this one? Or are you talking about the Kamala video? I don't want to play the Kamala video. She needs prayer. Kamala needs Jesus. She needs Jesus. I never really, I used to think people were just joking when she would say, when people would say like, oh, Kamala is like sipping and, you know, she drinking and stuff like that. But like when you watch some of these videos, it's like, bro, this is like drunk behavior. This is alcoholic behavior 101. So listen, pray for her because she needs prayer. Oh, you want me to play Lily Phillips? Okay. We'll go Lily Phillips and then we'll go to this video. I thought this was interesting. I haven't watched this yet, but this dude, he's describing his first day back in church in over 15 years, which I thought was an interesting conversation. But if y'all want to go to the Lily video, then we could watch the Lily video first. This girl, here's the thing. This girl, so the same girl who debated Candace Owens, well, not debated, but they had a conversation. Candace Owens had a conversation with her and was essentially telling her like, yo, what you're doing is demonic. What you're doing is wrong. So this is the same girl who slept with 100 dudes in one day. She slept with 100 dudes in one day, right? The same girl. She has ambitions to sleep with 1,000 dudes in one day. 1,000 dudes in one day. I'm telling you right now, I do not know how she's going to be. I don't know how you live through that. I just don't. I don't know how you live through that. I don't know how you live through that. I don't. And she also said something very interesting during that video with Candace Owens. I don't know if you caught it or not, but she said that essentially, because Candace asked her like, yo, would you let your daughter do what you're doing? Like be in the, you know, corn industry. And Lily was like, well, you know, there's a lot of people who are doing some like, you know, wicked stuff, but you just have to know kind of how to navigate it. You know what I mean? So, and she was saying like, as long as like I'm with her to kind of help her navigate it, then it should be okay. Because ultimately there's a lot of money in it. So it's just crazy to know that, you know, these people, they understand that what they're doing is wicked. They understand that what they're doing is demonic, but because the check is you know, it's the check is checking all the boxes, the check paying all the bills, then it's okay. And it's just crazy to think that, you know, these individuals are willing to go through this just for a little bit of bread that you can't take with you when you die. I don't know. But anyway, let's play the video. Let's just play the video.
If you find out you had AIDS,
there's no more I can
what
do.
would you do if you find out you had
can take
AIDS?
like blockers and things like that.
No, but what would you do if you found out you had AIDS tomorrow? Because one of them condoms bust, yeah? Because you're thinking, oh yeah, risk and reward. But what would you do, yeah?
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah?
Yeah.
If tomorrow, because you get tested every 2 weeks, yeah?
Yeah.
Tomorrow they phone you and they said, oh, Lily, we need...
Bruh, you know, that is crazy. That actually made me nauseous. She gets tested every 2 weeks. I'm not trying to be like insensitive. Like this girl is clearly going through some demons. She's clearly there's some spirits on this. Oh my gosh. She gets tested every 2 weeks. Do you know how much? Why do you? I'm sorry. Let me go back. That was crazy.
What would you do if you found out you had
take
AIDS?
like blockers and things like that.
No, but what would you do if you found out you had AIDS tomorrow? Because one of them condoms bust, yeah? Because you're thinking, oh yeah, risk and reward. But what would you do, yeah?
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah?
Yeah.
If tomorrow, because you get tested every 2 weeks, yeah?
Yeah.
Tomorrow they phone you and they said, oh, Lily, we need you to come in, yeah? You've got woo. How would you feel about life?
You can go and take medication.
Oh, so you'd be cool with that, having AIDS?
No, but it's the consequences of my own actions.
So you'd be cool with it?
I understand.
So would you be fine with having AIDS, HIV? Would you be cool
I
with
understand what goes on when having sex.
So you'd be cool with it?
That is life. But bad things happen all day.
Wow.
You know, you might get
I might get cancer and die tomorrow. Why would I not want to do something that I
You're
enjoy?
willing to catch AIDS.
I never did those
Yes,
words come out
it
my
did.
mouth?
Because you're saying you don't care, basically.
I'm saying I would deal with it. You know, that's
That's
life.
what I'm saying. You don't mind.
But bad things happen all day. I'm sure.
Like, not if you take the correct precautions. You're not testing these people. You're not. You said they are mandatory.
It's
they're
not
not mandatory.
No,
you said they're not mandatory.
Yeah, I did.
So you're not taking the correct. You're not.
But then I wouldn't be able to do. I wouldn't be able to do what I want to do.
You're not. You would be able to do what you want to do.
Wait. Two things. Let me start with the least outrageous first. Before I forget. She said bad things happen all the time. Why would that stop me from doing what I want to do? And then she said, I could get cancer tomorrow. Okay, but like, here's the thing. If you smoking 20 packs of cigarettes a day, right? Just chain smoking them. Like, you understand the risk that you probably gonna get cancer, right? Like, okay, so you're essentially saying that you are okay with the risk that you are going to get cancer, that you value these cigarettes more than you value your life, essentially is what you're saying, right? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. You understand the risk that having this much relations with men, just inevitably, the math is going to suggest that you're going to catch something. The math is more in the favor of you catching something than not. Especially based on the fact that she just said that she doesn't test any of these guys. And she said, the reason why I don't test, she just said it. She just said it. She said she can't test these guys. She can't test them all because she wouldn't be able to do what she wants to do. She wouldn't be able to get these dudes tested fast enough in order to accomplish what she wants to accomplish. Sleeping with 100 men, sleeping with 1,000 men. Why would you do this? Aside from the fact that you are addicted to sex, aside from the fact that money has become your God, why else would you do this? Why else would you do this? You're okay with all the consequences that come with it. You're okay with getting AIDS. You're okay with your children knowing that your entire wealth was built on the fact that you got taken down by 1,000 men in one day. You're okay with that. You're okay with everything that comes with it because you're getting paid and because you get to do what you want to do. Our desires are wicked. The desires that we have, the desires that have been given to us as a result of sin that has entered into this world, those desires are wicked. You have to deny your flesh. You cannot allow your flesh to rule over you because ultimately, you're going to serve one or the other. You're either going to serve God or you're going to serve your flesh. You're going to serve one or the other. People don't understand that. But when you keep going down this path of satisfying your flesh, you're going to realize very quickly your flesh has an unlimited appetite. Your flesh has an unlimited appetite. She could, she could knock down 100 dudes in one day, 1,000 dudes in one day, make $1 billion. She gonna wake up the next morning and be like, I need another billion. I need some more bread. I need to satisfy this flesh again and again and again. It's a never-ending pit. But oftentimes, unfortunately, people don't realize that until it's too late. Not saying that God can't redeem, but at a certain point, the heart becomes so hardened that you can't hear from God anymore. You think you can just serve your flesh all day long, 24/7, year after year after year after year after year, and there not be consequences to that? There's consequences to that. There is. It's just crazy that we even have stories like this. Like, look how far we've come. It's crazy that we even have stories like this. It's crazy.
You're just not caring.
I wouldn't be able to find 100 guys to show up.
You had 500.
No.
Put the application in.
Yeah, and loads didn't show up. So, like I said, I wouldn't be able to do what I wanted to do.
But what difference would it make? Why did you need that 100? What difference? Whatever would have turned up, you would have got the same amount of interaction.
Pardon?
However many would have showed up, you would have got the same amount of interaction. Video. I know what I'm talking about.
No, 100.
It doesn't matter. They're still gonna watch. Whether it's
would you not go more viral and be more successful if it says
if you find out you had AIDS?
It cut off at the end, but she said, would you not go more viral or be more successful if it said 100 guys? I mean, I'll be honest with you, man. Like, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. But, like, at the same time, she knows exactly what she's doing. She knows what she's doing. She knows it's wicked. She knows this. Go watch the Candace Owens interview that I reacted to. She knows what she's doing. She knows it's wicked. Like, I pray that she recognizes that the path that she's going down will only end in destruction. I pray that she understands that this money that she is making is not going to get her into heaven. I pray that she understands that that money is not going to save her. It is going to be the thing that leads her to hell. Like, I don't know how else to say it. You know what I mean? Like, she has chosen her path. She has chosen her God. It's unfortunate, but that the world that we live in, God has given us free will. We can choose. We can choose. You know? You look at, there used to be people used to make images and idols out of trees and carve wood and stuff and pray to these idols and sacrifice their children to these idols. Like, y'all could go ahead. If you want to do that, then you can do that. But there's consequences. I don't know. That's crazy. Okay. Let's go here. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is, but this looks old. I could be wrong. It looks old. It looks old. It could be recent. I don't know what it is for real. I just want to watch it because it popped up. It looked interesting. We could watch it together. You know what's crazy? I was going through my emails and I realized that he actually invited me on his show. Y'all think I should go on the show? Y'all think I should go on the show? Let me know. Anyway, let's get to it. Jesse Lee Peterson's prophetic words for destiny. Let's see what this is.
Yeah. And are you a Christian?
Definitely not.
Oh, you're not a Christian?
No.
Are you an atheist?
Yeah, I'd probably say that.
You're an atheist. And what does that mean to be an atheist?
It means I don't believe that there is. I don't believe in a God currently.
You don't believe in God?
Don't believe in God.
Do you believe that God exists?
He might, but if he does, I don't know if we could know about it.
Oh, I understand. As long as you don't doubt that he exists, you'll be fine.
I don't know if he exists. I would doubt you if you said you know he exists. But,
really?
Yeah.
No, he exists.
Yeah?
That's for sure.
Did he tell you that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. And so I also heard that you have had the experience of having sex with other men.
Maybe, man. We're going real deep here, aren't we?
Yeah. Well, I mean, apparently it's out there on the internet somewhere.
A lot of stuff out there on the internet, yeah.
Did you say that?
Yeah, I'd say I'm bisexual, yeah.
So you have sex with men?
Yeah, sometimes.
Oh, gosh.
First of all, what's the purpose of putting that out there like that? Why let anyone know that if you did that?
So that I can come on here and have wonderful conversations about it with you, Jesse. Nothing makes me more happy than talking about my sex life with a bunch of conservatives on the radio. I love it.
But what was the purpose of you letting it be known that your woman has sex with other men and you have sex with other women and men and she does too with other men? Why put that out there like that? Why did you tell anyone that?
I'm pretty open with everything that I do, and I think that people should be more comfortable with the things they do. So rather than keep things kind of hidden and pretend that I live a very traditional lifestyle, I like to talk.
I feel like people like they'll never admit it because why would they? But I feel like they're seeking validation for their actions. Like you don't have to put it this way. Put it this way. Why are you talking so openly about your intimate life? Like, what? That should just be between you and the people that you're with, right? Like you're seeking validation from the world for your actions. Like it doesn't make any sense. It's the whole thing. Also with this whole like pride thing, and there's a whole bunch of deeper spiritual stuff tied into it, but the whole pride thing and like the parades and just all this, it's like, dog, like, why do you need to be celebrated for that? You know what I'm saying? Like, why do you need so much validation for your actions? Is it because you know that that's an unnatural action that you're partaking in? So in turn, you need more validation in order to make you feel good about what you're doing, right? To justify your behavior. It doesn't make any sense. Also, it takes more faith, dog, to be an atheist. It takes more faith to be an atheist. Do you know how much evidence we have? Do you know how much evidence we have on the side of Christianity? Historical evidence. There is an abundance amount of evidence of eyewitness testimony that is corroborated, that is intertwined so beautifully that it takes tremendous amounts of faith to not believe in it. And it goes back to the conversation that we were having it goes back to the conversation previously with Lily Phillips in terms of like, you're going to serve something. You're going to serve something. You're going to serve God or you're going to serve something of this world. But you're going to serve something. You're going to worship something. We were created to worship. We were created to worship. You are going to worship something. You're going to worship God or you're going to worship something of this world. That's just how it works.
But the non-traditional things.
But what good does it do other people to know that you're having sex with a man? How is that going to help them?
I don't know. Maybe if they see somebody that they look up to that is confident in what they do and is confident in what they talk about, maybe it gives them a little bit more confidence or makes them feel a little bit less ashamed or less shy about the things they do in their life.
So you think that if there's a man or a woman who have an issue with homosexuality or something like that, they hear that Destiny is having sex with a man, so yeah, let me go do it?
Maybe, yeah. There's a lot of people that don't have very many gay or bisexual role models. Pete Buttigieg, who I'm sure you've heard.
Pete butt cheeks.
Yeah, that one. Yep. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people look up to that guy because he's gay. I don't know. It's some people like to have those role models publicly, and I guess if I could serve as that for anybody, it'd be a pretty flattering thing to do.
Does your girlfriend know you may be at some guy house having sex with him that night when you're out?
Bro, this dude has no filter whatsoever.
Well, if you know it, Jesse, what do you think?
What does she think about you having sex with guys?
We're both bisexual, so neither of us can.
She has sex with women?
Sometimes, yep.
What a mess!
Fun time, Jesse.
Wow. What made you go down this road? It's going to lead to destruction.
It's going to lead. What kind of destruction?
You're not happy, and you only become.
I don't know. I feel
worse.
pretty happy right now, Jesse.
It's not going to last, though.
How long is it? What's the timetable?
You'll see. Do I still make you angry?
Does what make me angry?
Do I make you angry?
I don't think it make me angry. No.
I don't make you angry anymore?
No, I don't think so. Did you make me angry?
I heard that I make you angry.
Maybe frustrated
The
is
last
a better
time
word.
you were here, you said I made you angry.
I think frustrated is a better word.
And why do I frustrate you?
Sometimes getting the really heavy-handed yes or no questions without any elaboration can be a little bit brutal, but...
Oh, I see. Beta! Do you know you're a beta male?
I don't think I'm a beta male.
Why do you think you are a beta male?
I think the only beta males are the people that talk about alpha and beta males.
You don't seem to have sense of self-control. Any man, any male that doesn't have self-control is a beta male.
I got plenty of self-control.
Not if you're having sex with men and women and living with a woman, not married. She having sex with men and women. That sounds like out of control to me.
I think self-control has more to do than just only having sex with one person. I would hope that most people would measure their self-control and more than just how many people they have sex with, Jesse.
Amazing. And one more thing I wrote down so I can remember, because I can't remember a lot of this stuff. I don't know, but I've been told, and I don't care, that you were okay with saying the N-word while rapping.
Oh, my gosh.
Did I say that?
That's what I'm told here.
If white people want to rap along to a song in a car, yeah, I don't really care.
You don't care?
I don't care.
So if white people are riding along in a car and they want to say the N-word while rapping, you okay with that?
If they want to. It's part of the song.
I agree with you on that.
That scares me, Jesse.
No, not
Makes
a big
me reconsider my position. I don't know if I should hold it anymore.
Because black people don't care about the N-word. If they did, they would stop using it. They would get rid of it. Am I right?
There are black people that care about even other black people using the N-word.
So what?
There are black people that don't like even other black people using the N-word.
They're pretending.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think so.
They don't really care about their word.
I think so.
No. Why would they care about a word? I don't care about words.
It's got a lot of history behind it. You do care about words. We're literally talking words to each other right now, right?
But I don't care about it.
You don't care? You don't care about any of this? You don't care about anything I say or anything you say?
I don't care about what people say because I know me and I know what's right.
Mm-hmm.
And so I go with that. When people call me the N-word or Uncle Tom or whatever they call me, it doesn't move me because I love what's right with all my heart, soul, and might. And what they think doesn't matter.
Okay. I think what other people think in society probably matters to a lot of people, right?
I got the Coon Train Award.
Yeah.
You can't beat that.
Who was that awarded from?
I believe it came from, what's the guy named, that black guy?
Tariq Nasheed.
Yeah, Tariq Nasheed gave me the Coon Award, right? But I'm okay with it. I have no problem with it.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what people think about me. Does that bother you, what people think about you?
Not me, but I think we live pretty insulated lives, right? Like we don't have to worry about as much what other people think about us. We don't deal with that as much in our personal lives.
I deal with it every day.
Yeah?
People hate me because I'm a black conservative who loves
but you got a job, you got a little radio show, you got your YouTube channel.
Not a little radio show.
Not a little, sorry. I didn't mean it like that, but like, you got a radio show. You're doing okay, right?
Oh, yeah, all is well.
Not everybody is doing okay, right? And that's just one more thing.
But that's not a reason to care about what people think about you or say about you.
Not everybody's a robot, Jesse.
What do you mean?
Not everybody can just not care what anybody in society thinks about them.
Why should they care?
Because other people's opinions about them impact their lives.
Why?
Well, because that guy might be in charge of hiring you for a job. He might be in charge of passing you for a class. He might be in charge of stopping you in a traffic stop. You think everybody can do that? Just start their own business?
If they wanted to.
It's a lot of businesses. 300 million businesses in the United States need to be started right now.
The greatest country in the world. What do you think about the Great White Hope at this point?
Trump?
Yes. The great white hope.
Hoping he gets impeached in the Senate. Ooh, they're not going to be able to block the witnesses. Did you hear that? It's pretty scary. Uh-oh.
He ain't going nowhere.
All of his old
He's
friends
still
are
your
flipping on him.
president.
Yeah, he is right
Have
now.
you noticed that? And they've been trying to take him down from day one.
Yeah, they have.
It has not worked.
Not yet.
It's never going to work. The treasure chest. We're going to get to your super chats and D-Lives in a minute. I want to go to Demetrius, a first-time caller out of Brooklyn. Let me ask real fast. What is a man? I asked you that before. What did you tell me?
What is a man?
Yeah.
Why do you ask me these heavy questions? I'd say a man is somebody that has principles that he believes in, things that he stands up for, a guy that takes care of his business, takes care of his friends and family, tries to stay true to his principles. That's what I'd say.
And so are you a man?
I'd say so, yeah.
Are you becoming more manly or less manly?
I think the amount of manliness I have is pretty consistent from all points of my life.
Yeah, because all the stuff you're getting into is less manly. It's like you're becoming more female-like rather than male-like.
I find that the least masculine people tend to be the ones that obsess over the masculinity of other people. I find that a lot of people that have this obsessive, like, alpha-beta male dichotomy is kind of weird. It seems like they're usually the ones that are projecting most of their insecurities, Jesse.
And so that's why you're becoming less manly?
I'm not becoming less manly. I think I'm plenty manly enough for what I do.
Amazing! Let me go to Dimitri, a first-time call out of Brooklyn, New York. Dimitri, you're on the air. Thanks for calling.
Thank you for having me.
Yes.
Hi, Destiny. I'm a huge fan of yours. I've been watching your videos since your debate with JonTron.
Okay.
With who?
Another gamer guy.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's a gamer guy, white supremacist.
Right. White supremacist.
Right.
No such thing.
My question to Destiny
No such
would be,
thing
how
as
do
a
you
white
go-
supremacist.
There is, but go ahead.
Oh, there are.
No.
Yeah.
My question would be, how do you go about persuading people to see things?
All right, I'm not going to finish that. That fell a little bit short for me. This is completely like unrelated, so I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to attach. I'm not trying to attach this to Destiny specifically. This is just a story that this story just came to me. Hold on. This story just came to me. Hold on. I haven't had a chance to talk about it yet. And it just kind of came to me right now. Hold on. Y'all remember these dudes right here? Which is crazy, right? But I'm just, here's the thing this is the correlation. This is the correlation. Obviously there's a natural way to do things, right? There's a natural way to do things. A man with a woman, that's natural. A man and a woman get married, have children, have a family, that's natural. That's natural. A man and a woman sleeping with other men and women at the same time, that's unnatural, right? It is what it is. It's not a natural behavior. To be in an open relationship where you as a man, you're sleeping with another man and your girlfriend is sleeping with other women, and then you guys are coming together and you're doing this whole thing as a group, that's not natural. But what tends to happen is sin, and once again, goes back to the conversation we were just having with Lily Phillips. Sin, the more you feed it, the more it grows. And sin's appetite is never ending. So what tends to happen is the same things that used to satisfy your flesh, they no longer satisfy your flesh as much as they used to. And now you're looking for more intense ways to satisfy your flesh. Now, I seen this story. I didn't get a chance to talk about it. But these dudes, you know, they adopted, I think it's 2 children, 2 sons, little boys they adopted. They started creating a whole bunch of content, explicit content, revolving around these children. They were selling this content. Somebody who purchased the content from these 2 dudes got arrested and said that he got the content from these 2 guys. And then they did a deeper investigation and they found that essentially they were selling their adopted sons and, you know, trafficking their sons, abusing their sons, all this type of stuff. And then they got 100 years in prison. I believe they each got 100 years in prison. And as I said, none of this is natural behavior. But you want to know where this stuff leads to? It leads to more and more unnatural, sick behavior. It continues to grow. It continues to grow. It continues to grow. It continues to grow. It'll never satisfy you. It'll temporarily satisfy you, but then you will always need more and more and more. Now, these 2, they're going to prison for the rest of their life. And I could only imagine what's going to happen to them in prison. Could only imagine. Could only imagine. My heart breaks for the children who are involved because, as I said before, going back to the story about that cult that we were talking about, there's a reason why the enemy attacks children is because they're still growing, they're still learning, they're still developing. There's a sense of innocence. There's a reason why the enemy attacks children. You know, I pray that the children can be radically transformed and radically delivered from the demonic strongholds that their fathers placed upon them. You know, and I pray that they can be okay and know God and know Jesus. But once again, you know, it's like the more we progress, the more time goes by, it's like, bro, the more wicked we get. The more wicked we get. It's crazy. Anyway, those are my thoughts. I haven't gone to the super chats in a very long time. I should probably go there. Okay, let me go to the chats. Oh, I want to watch this. I want to watch this poem also. But let's go to the super chats real quick. Hold on. Lil Light. Speaking of politics and religion, have you watched the documentary? I haven't finished the whole thing yet. I haven't finished it. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. I kind of got ADD sometimes. Like I turn something on and I get distracted and I get distracted and I get distracted. But I'm like halfway through. It's a good recommendation. it's one of those things where it's like, you really got to go deep into it and really research it. Because it's like, I would love to talk about it. And this is why, this is something that I respect a lot about Candace Owens. She spends a lot of time going into the research. She spends a lot of time looking into it. And I think that's why she's able to go so deep into different topics. But, you know, it takes time to do the research. It takes time to really go deep into it. And this is something that I was talking to my wife is like, you know, it would be really cool to like slow down the content, like slow it down so that I could go deeper into topics and really investigate and be as knowledgeable as I possibly can on topics and then present it. But it just takes time from a practical standpoint to get there. But long story short, to answer your question, I have not finished it yet. I have not. But shout out to you. Thank you for the 5-piece. I appreciate you. And you donated $10 as well. Hope all is well with you. It's all good, bro. You know, I said my little story at the beginning. You know what I mean? I said my little story. If you didn't hear my little story, go back to the beginning. But I'm chilling. I'm all good. I'm blessed. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the 10. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. By Faith, Elizabeth Davis. Are you able to talk about Daystar? Yeah, I could talk about whatever I want, but so there's not really much for me to talk about in terms of, they sent me a letter. They said, if you don't do this by this date, then they're going to sue me. I didn't do what they said by that date. They didn't send nothing yet. So we'll see. I did see some stuff about, like Marcus Rogers. So he interviewed Jonathan and Susie, and then he interviewed, what's her name? I forget her name. Joni. I legitimately forgot her name. But then I think he took down both interviews, and then there was some drama from Jonathan and Susie talking about Marcus is weird and stuff like that. I don't really know. I was trying to figure out what happened because I was going to react to those interviews. But before I had a chance to react to it, he took them down. But I texted him. He hasn't responded to me though. But I texted him. I was going to ask him if, you know, what happened essentially. But he hasn't responded as of yet. But yeah, you know, ain't nothing really to talk about. I'm kind of over it for real. It's one of those things where it's like, dog, there's so much drama. There's so much back and forth. There's so much allegations. Clearly, there's some wild stuff going on. Like, y'all need to go figure that out in court. Like, it's just, at some point, it just becomes like just drama on top of drama on top of drama on top of drama. And for me, it's like exhausting. It's like, what are we even talking about here? You know, like, I don't know. I don't know if that answers your question. Probably not, but I am able to talk about it, but there's really nothing going on. But thank you for the $1.99, Elizabeth Davis, by Faith. Diana Ross. She be singing, don't she? A sculpture is over the top. So you're talking about the DC Young Fly. Yeah. A sculpture is over top. A painting with her and children from a pre-existing picture would have been much better. God bless you and yours. Yeah, that's a really good point. If they would have, so she's talking about the DC Young Fly, the sculpture of I'm terrible with names, but you know what I'm talking about if you were here. Yeah, a picture would have been better. And thank you for the 5. Thank you so much. A picture would have been better. Especially like you said, a pre-existing picture that already existed instead of creating this like idol. I don't know. It's just weird. But thank you, Diana. Oh, Diane. I said Diana. Diane. Thank you, Diane. Super chat. Nook 50 from Lion in a Suit. I don't know what Nook 50 is, but I appreciate you. I really do. You didn't say anything though, but I appreciate you. $2 from Madness. She didn't say nothing, but thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Johnny Quick. I don't know how quick you is, Johnny. Let Johnny keep it real. If we raced right now, Johnny, I'm saying, like, I don't know if you would beat me. I'm just saying. But hey, that's besides the point. I appreciate you for $4.99. You're my favorite streamer, Nick. That's crazy. I don't even really stream. Glad you're back. Praying for you and your family, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm trying to stream every day, at least Monday through Friday. And it's also like an accountability thing for me so that, you know, I could actually do what I say I'm going to do. And so y'all can kind of help hold me accountable. But also, I like just hanging out with y'all. I like the community aspect. I like hanging out with y'all. I'm kind of a loner. I don't know if you guys really know that or not, but I'm kind of a loner. I don't really I don't know. My whole life, I haven't really had too many friends. You know what I mean? So it's kind of weird. Like having a platform is kind of strange because I'm like, dog, I don't really have friends. Like I have friends, like a little bit of friends in my life, but like all throughout, like growing up, I really was like the loner, like type of dude. Like I really only had friends because I was playing sports. And so like my friends came from like my sports teams, but I didn't really have like deep relationships. So, you know, it's cool to be able to chill with y'all and have conversations and joke and just, you know, have a good time. So I appreciate you. Jasmine Harden, $4.99. But thank you. Who said that? Hold on. Who just said that? I feel like I missed something. Hold on. Off the Grid Gamers. God bless you and your family. Thank you so much. Off the Grid, $2. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, that was Johnny Quick. Jasmine Harden, $4.99. Thank you so much. Can you talk about Prophet Lovey, Woman's Affairs, David the Street Preacher? There were two men trying to fight him. Yeah, I'm looking into it, the Lovey stuff. Jasmine, I got some information that was sent to me via email that I'm trying to validate. Like I said, I'm trying to be more legit. So I have some information in my email that was sent to me. I'm trying to validate it. I'm trying to, you know, follow up on it and figure out what's going on. But I saw one video. I don't really watch too many people. I don't really watch anybody on YouTube, to be honest with you. But I did see a thumbnail, Marcus Rogers, and it's no disrespect. I just don't watch anybody on YouTube. But I saw a thumbnail of Marcus Rogers. He was talking about Lovey, and it caught my attention. So I clicked on it. And he was showing different screenshots and different stuff and whatnot, from Lovey. I don't have too much of an opinion on it right now, just for the simple fact of I don't really know too much about it, but it don't really look that good. It don't really look that good. It don't look that good. It don't. And in fact, I was going to, almost fell off my chair. I was going to, because I live in San Diego, Lovey's church is in LA. One of my friends, I think he goes to Lovey's church. So he drives up to Lovey's church and goes there. And then Elliot, he went to Lovey's church as well. And so Elliot, we were supposed to sit down and talk about it, but we didn't get the chance to. But he said it was kind of weird. Excuse me. He said it was kind of culty. He said it was kind of weird. He said it was kind of strange. And Elliot, he's a discerning individual, you know? So if he said that, then I'm like, yo, I don't know. But I was going to go as well, but I didn't end up going. But thank you, Jasmine, $4.99. I appreciate you so much. Shay, $20. Thank you so much, Shay. Thank you so much, Shay. So godly proud that this platform is begin used to uplift the name of God in practical ways. You are reaching so many, and I pray you can continue to spread the word of God. Thank you so much, Shay. You know what's crazy? I was in Costco, and somebody recognized me in Costco. I was like, what the heck? Well, somebody recognized me in Costco. And it's normally, you know, that white jacket that I have, that like white, like, you know, furred. It's not real fur, but it's like, you know, it's just like a little fake fur jacket. It's warm, okay? So, you know, normally when I wear that, people tend to recognize me. But I was wearing that, and the dude came up to me. And, bro, he was so nice. He was just like, yo, thank you. Like, God bless you. And I was like, whoa. Like, I'm trying to tell you. Like, I don't know what y'all think, but I appreciate your kind words. I do. Because I appreciate your kind words. I really do. Genuinely. I do. Alfonso Nation. Okay, this is the last one, then we're gonna get back to the reactions. I'm gonna read them all, but I'm just saying, just so we can get back to it. 999, thank you so much, Alfonso, from the Alfonso Nation. I've been supporting for years and love your relatable yet biblical commentary on world issues. If you ever need creators for the Kingdom media platforms you're building or a mod, I'd be honored. Come on get on Patreon and get on the panel. Let's get on the panel. I appreciate you. For years is crazy. That's crazy. I appreciate you, Alfonso. But get on the Patreon. I posted a post on Patreon. If anybody wants to join the panel, we're trying to put together a panel so that we can do like a live stream panel. Sierra with the super sticker. I appreciate you. Sierra. All right, let's get to this. So this was a recommendation from our sister in Christ. She wanted us to watch this. Is this the one you were talking about? Hold on, my mouse about to die. Is this the one you were talking about? This what you talking about? Almost saved? That's what you're talking about? Almost saved? Oh, let me go to the chat. Nessa. Oh, Lovia. Okay. We might have to watch that. If Lovie replied, we might have to look into it. Ness. My email is Nick Von Jones, BIZ, NickVonJones, BIZ@gmail.com. That's my email. Mom struggling here. Noah gets better. What do you mean? What's going on? Nessa, this is it? The first one? Ness? The first one? The first one? Okay, let's get to it. I've never seen this before. We're trusting Nessa. We're trusting her recommendation. All right? We're trusting it. All right. Almost saved, parentheses, by official P4CM poet. Almost saved. So this is a recommendation by Nessa. Nessa, you better not lead us in the wrong direction. Nah, I trust you, Nessa. All right, let's go.
One of the most dangerous terms in English diction. If it could be translated into audio, it would sound like from the saxophone of Lisa Simpson. Two words designed and strategically combined to form the biggest oxymoron in the history of mankind. Almost. But see, as far as the world's concerned, you could live your life foul and could almost get away with murder if you have a nice smile. You could almost meet folks just to almost sleep around and stop at your local clinic. Well, you almost had a child. See, almost is no stranger to Satan. Here's proof. He only tells lies when they're almost the truth, and it's amazing. And
he only tells lies when it's almost the truth.
Incompleteness we find complacence, but if almost is one of Lucifer's many traits, then we are inadvertently good at Satan impersonations. But on the contrary, Christ did his job fully, and he proved he was God when he died on the cross like it was his duty, and to pardon my iniquities that I committed rudely, he resurrected from the grave just to tell death to excuse me.
Wow.
But excuse me, this is your life, and that's something I can't impose on. But your body is God's home, which wasn't loaned to get foreclosed on. See, an almost Christian looks right but lives wrong. Can't stand the conviction in Romans, so they sit down to be comforted in Psalms. Never understood worship, but love to sing songs like I surrender most. Because it's far too expensive for you to spend your life on something that doesn't appeal to your five senses. See, nowadays Christianity's like a Louis rag. No functional use, but we just rock it because it's stylish. Not righteous, but right-ish. So now all God sees is a pile of Ishmaels when he intended for Isaacs.
Wow.
That was crazy. And we're moved by how we feel, so we're saved when we feel like it. So technically we've never really been saved, we merely tried it. So no wonder why we're never sold out when we return it after we buy it now. Let me break it down, because you need to beware that your life could lack the very standards that need to be there. Because on that final day of judgment, while God's receiving his heir, will he say, son, well done, or medium rare? Because even by worldly standards, it'd be highly insane for you to start spending all of your money days before you almost get paid. Like parents, you wouldn't send your kids to a school that's almost safe.
Wow.
And ladies, would you really date a man who claims he's almost straight?
Wow.
And this is the very thing about God that we all try to get around, but his standards are like between two mountains, no middle ground. So a halfway life is unprofitable to you. Because after all the Sunday services, Bible studies, and prayer meetings, and everything that goes between, God will say, I never knew you. But that's not even the worst part of living your life as neutral. It's that you were once Arctic, but it's your warmness that is causing him to spew you. And this is the very thing that had me. I was bound and held down by the unforgiving gravity of my spiritual reality. I was a Christian, or at least I portrayed the fantasy, with a filthy personal life, but God bless you, brother. How you doing, sister? Personality. I was a male, enveloped by guilt because I was stamped a sinner. I said I was a male, enveloped by guilt because I was stamped a sinner. My message couldn't be received because I didn't represent the sender, yet I was almost delivered. Till that one day that I totally, absolutely, and completely surrendered, I took heed to a modern prophet who proclaimed it was time for change. Now I'm no longer bound to sin, point blank, off the chain. You could ask Abu Talib, he'll tell you the same. You don't almost go to jail when you almost blow up a plane. Like you don't almost go to hell when you almost get saved. Despise the cross that he was slain and thus the cause in which he came. But don't worry, I'm almost done. But before I leave this stage, we have all worked in sin and death was minimum wage. I said, we've all worked in sin and death was minimum wage. But if it wasn't for Christ, we would have almost got paid.
You know what's crazy? You know what people say to me often? I don't really know where they get this from. But they say that I like preach a works-based gospel. I don't really know where they get that from. I don't know where they get that from. But the fact of the matter is, just keep it real, a lot of Christians be taking the blood of Jesus for granted. A lot of Christians take the blood of Jesus for granted. I'm not preaching a works-based salvation. I'm not preaching a works-based gospel. But you know there's certain things that you shouldn't be doing. I get it. We all stumble and fall. But stop making justifications for it. I get it. It's a process. We're all going through that process at different speeds. But stop making justifications for your sin. Stop taking the blood of Jesus for granted. Just because he'll forgive you doesn't mean that you should partake in that action knowing that he'll forgive you. Don't take it for granted. I think that's why, I see these people. I just get a little confused sometimes. I see people and it's like, they say they're a Christian and they say this, that, and the third, but some of the things that they support, some of the things that they get behind, some of the things that they partake in, it's like, dog, I'm not the judge, clearly, obviously, but something ain't right. Something ain't right. But I think we are getting back to a time where, I think a lot of people are starting to wake up and a lot of people want real, they want the word, they want the Bible. They want that the honest truth in preaching. Like, we don't want these feel good messages anymore. Like the feel good messages is cool. There's a time and a place for them, but me personally, I want growth. I want accountability. I want maturity. I don't want to be in the same in the same place spiritually that I was last year. I want to grow spiritually in my relationship with Jesus Christ. I want to grow deeper in my knowledge of the scriptures. I don't want to be in the same place that I was before. I want to continue to develop in Christ. That was dope. That was dope. That was dope. I was thinking, and I had this conversation with one of my friends. Let me know is this too Diddy like? Just let me know in the comments. I was thinking, what if, and if it's too Diddy like, just let me know. I was thinking it would be really cool to have let's say it's like an event, but like a cool event, right? And it's like we all we show up, we dress nice, put some nice suits and we all just dress nice, you know what I'm saying? And we show up And it's like this super cool event, just all Christians, like really nice, like music, really nice, like ambiance, like good food, like just like super cool. Right. And then like we have people like during the event, like, you know, doing like open mic, like, you know, open word, like spoken word poetry. We have like live, like worship. We have like testimonies, but all the while we're fellowshipping and we're connecting. We're getting to know one another, but it's like super cool. Like, you know, a little dapper, a little clean. Like, is that too like Diddy? Like, I don't know. Just let me know. That's what I was thinking. This is what this reminded me of. Cause I'm like, yo, it would be really cool to do something like that. It would be really cool, but let me know if I'm tripping. But I thought it would be cool. Anyway, let me see what else. Is it a great idea? I liked it, Nessa. I liked it. You're in Europe? I don't know. I'm down to travel somewhere, but yeah, keep in mind, I got kids, bro. I got family and stuff. Somebody said, is this going to be available? Yeah, I'm going to leave the live stream up on the channel so y'all can watch the live stream, but I'm just going to cut up the segments and post them. I'm trying to see. Hold on. Oh, hold on. What's this?
My grandmother was one of the two.
Wow. There's a lot of, okay. Let's go here and then I'll get back to the super chats in a second. But let me go here for a second. I don't know. I wasn't going to watch this, but then I went through the comments and I don't know. There's just a lot of back and forth in the comments. A lot of people love what this dude is saying. A lot of people, they think he's full of crap. So let's watch. I'm curious. This dude is very familiar. I don't know exactly where I remember him from. I don't know if he was in the military or something. I don't remember, but he's been on podcasts before. But the title is Why I Turned to Faith After Years of Atheism. Let's watch. A lot of people in the comments are going back and forth about this video. Let's figure out why.
Two women who raised me. My father was killed in a violent crime when I was still very young. And my grandmother and my mother.
That's what it was. Military and undercover. Got it. Thank you so much, Alicia.
Raised me in a household together. And my grandmother, traditional, like strong Catholic Mexican woman. Okay. And my mother grew up under that strong Catholicism and just didn't like it. So when my mother had me, she raised me anti-religion. Religion is the opium for the masses. Religion is flawed. Religion is failed. Religion is man. You know, you don't need religion. So from my youngest years all the way through till I went to the Air Force Academy at 18 years old, I was vehemently anti-religion, right? If you were Christian, if you were Catholic, if you were Mormon, if you were Jewish, I didn't care. You were clearly ignorant and you are clearly stupid because you believe that there's a God, because that's the world that I was raised in. Well, then I go to the Air Force Academy and my neighbor, the other cadet who lives in the door next to me, is a guy named Meredith Jessup. Folks, if you're listening right now, if you find Meredith Jessup, Meredith with an E at the end of Meredith, he's in St. Louis right now. He was from Baltimore. just send him a love, send him a message, tell him, thank God that he took the time to pour his blessings into me. Because I lived next to Meredith for a year and I treated him like trash every day. And every day.
Thank you, Spicy Cow. I just had to say that. Why your name Spicy Cow, though? Okay, I'm sorry, but thank you.
He woke up with a smile. Every day he showed a resiliency to put up with me and my negative attitude about the academy and my negative attitude about faith. And every day he just demonstrated to me what a faithful Christian kingdom builder looks like. And you cannot ignore it. You cannot ignore an example like that. And that's what really started me on my faith, because that's what made...
Hold on, I'm going to rewind it for a second, because I think he said something very profound. What the heck is going on? What is that? What is it? Hold on. I'm just trying to rewind it. I've never even seen this browser before. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry.
Showed a resiliency to put up with me and my negative attitude about the academy and my negative attitude about faith. And every day he just demonstrated to me what a faithful Christian kingdom builder looks like. And you cannot ignore it. You cannot ignore an example like that. And that's what really started me on my faith, because that's what made me question everything about my childhood. How can this man, how can this kid be so kind and so friendly and so capable, so willing and so capable to put up with all the garbage I'm putting up with at the academy, and also bear the brunt of my skepticism and my attitude. And every day he did it. And then the next year he wasn't living next to me anymore. He went somewhere else, and I never saw him again for the rest of my time at the academy. He graduated in my same class, never saw him again, because it was, 3,000 students over the course of however many miles of academy campus.
But he changed your life for literally forever, for eternity.
For eternity. Changed my life, because that planted the seed, and then that question grew on its own. And then another cadet, a guy named Ian Slasnick, invited me to his wedding. And for divine intervention, I couldn't think of a good wedding gift to give him. So when I was invited to his wedding, I decided the wedding gift I wanted to give him was a journal of my journaling my own walk through the Bible. So then I read the Bible every day for about 9 months, and I would journal my thoughts about what I had just read, from Old Testament all the way through the New Testament, all the way to the book of Revelations, cover to cover. And I would journal it for him in this separate journal. And then for his wedding, I took the journal to him, and I was like, Ian, I was saved. I was saved in Isaiah when I was reading the Bible on my own, in my bed, in my room. And I took that journal to him, and I was like, Ian, this is my gift to you. Thank you for the example that you gave me, for the persistence and the resilience, and never straying from being my friend, even when I was not a man of faith and I was the opposite of it. And he took it, he looked at it, he opened it, he saw what it was, and it was like a hot potato. He threw that right back in my arms, and he was like, I'm touched. You don't ever let this go. This is something that needs to be with you forever. And it still sits on my bookshelf now. My wife, when she met me and she saw it, she was like, this is so incredibly special. She transcribed the whole thing into a digital file. She made 4 copies of it. 2 of them sit in a safety deposit box, because she doesn't ever want me to lose. The fire burns down the journal. She doesn't ever want me to lose the reflections. And that was my spiritual faith. That carried me. It carries me every day. I have my own ups and downs through my journey. My grandmother recently died, which is all the way back to the beginning of the story. And my mom, who is still as anti-religious as it comes, was there at the funeral along with her sisters and her brothers. And this incredible funeral service in this little church in a little village in Casa Grande, Arizona, where my grandmother died, where she spent the last 30 years of her life. And she was such a pillar of faith, but nobody really knew her. She had 12 or 15 really close friends who were all retired single ladies just like her. Half of them had passed before my grandmother had passed, and the remaining 5 or so were at the funeral. And all anybody could talk about was my grandmother's faith, her constant, resilient faith, and how she never wandered from it and she never strayed from it. And I sat there, and I could see my mother's reaction to hearing that one of my grandmother's biggest, most powerful traits was her faith. And it was such a strange juxtaposition, almost like seeing, you know, a black spot on a color of screen. And I don't know how she must have felt being there, but for me, it was this incredible experience of recognizing the impact that my grandmother had through just one thing. Just one thing. Not her career, not her family, not opening a restaurant or owning just being a woman of such intense faith that people were attracted to her, people were bonded to her, and that's what people remember about her. And it struck me because I realized, like, I have a chance to do all the things I'm doing now and also be a pillar of faith. And I loved it when I saw the invitation to come speak here at Resilient with you. It was a no-brainer to me because I was like, this is an awesome opportunity to talk about something nobody ever asks me about.
Yeah. What's that impact been like on your family?
It's an incredible impact because I am not raising my children with any standard religion. I am encouraging them to explore. I'm encouraging them to ask questions. I'm encouraging them to make their own decision. Because in my journey through the Bible, it was so personal because it was my own decision. And my wife is Buddhist. My wife was raised as a child in a Buddhist household by a very strict Buddhist mother who proselytized the Buddhism to everybody.
Sure.
So when I met my wife, she was strictly
I've got some things to say about that.
Buddhist. And then when we had children, she was like, I'm going to raise my kids Buddhist. And I was like, it's a personal journey, but I love you. And I believe that God has me here for a reason. So I'm not going to argue with you. Fast forward now to my 7-year-old daughter, my 11-year-old son, my wife of 14 years. She has read the Bible with me. She asks incredibly intelligent, insightful questions about the faith and about Christianity, probably 2 times a week.
Wow.
She struggles to maintain her own Buddhist practice sometimes, but she never struggles to understand that God is forgiveness and that we live in a fallen world and that we have spiritual gifts and that we're ordained to something great. Like, she doesn't struggle with those because Buddhism is all about practice.
Yes.
Whereas Christianity is all about faith. And then my children get to see both of us and they get to see mom's question.
So Violet, you said, I mean, encourage learning, but I wouldn't want to encourage them going into other faiths. And I'm also assuming he wasn't a Christian when he got married. Yeah, I feel you. I mean, he probably wasn't a Christian when he got married, just operating under assumption from the children's standpoint. And it sounds like, just to stay on that point for a second, it sounds like his wife's heart is being worked on in this process, right? Yeah, no, hopefully she fully submits, gives her life to Jesus and, you know, accepts the gospel. But from the children's standpoint, yeah, man, like, here's my thing. If you know the truth, why are you encouraging your children to in any other way if you know the truth? I don't have any problem with learning about other religions, but, you know, children are very fragile. They're very fragile. They're very curious. They're very vulnerable. And the most beautiful thing is when you see a child who has a relationship with Jesus. It's the most beautiful thing in the world, because children, I feel like the faith of a child is the faith that children have, in my opinion, is the most purest form of faith. Because when you see a child with a genuine relationship with Jesus, it is the most beautiful thing in the world. It is the most beautiful thing in the world. Even I look at my daughter, she's 5, and she's the first person to encourage us. Like, she has such a big heart, but she's the first person to encourage us. She's the first person to pray. She's the first person to give thanks to God, to Jesus. Anytime there's worship music that comes on, She's the first person to get on her feet and worship. It's so beautiful, the relationship that she has, and it's so genuine and it's so pure. So in my experience, why would you want to steer your child in any other direction if you yourself are claiming to know the truth? That's just me. I'm not speaking anything negative on him or anything like that. You know, I don't know how he operates his household. He also said another thing that was very interesting. In the very beginning of the video, yeah, everyone has free will, but like, dog, like, you're asking me about my child? If I know the truth, if I know Jesus Christ, if you're asking me, it's my child. If you're asking me what direction I'm going to steer my child, I'm going to steer my child in the direction of the truth. And yes, my child has free will in that process. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to open up the door to all this confusion. That's just me. He did say something in the beginning of the video. He said that the reason that he was brought to faith in the first place was because of a person and was because of the example that that person set. And essentially, the thing that I was thinking of is like, yo, you can't contain the light. When you turn on the light, darkness has to flee. It cannot be contained. When we are truly operating according to the will of God in the Spirit, when we are truly, you know, living out our faith and walking it out and being that light in our everyday life, people are going to notice you. They're going to notice that you're different. They're going to notice that you're not shaken by the things that the world wants you to be shaken by. They're going to notice. You're going to stand out. And some people are going to be turned off to it. Some people are going to hate you. Some people are going to persecute you. Some people are going to want nothing to do with you. But guess what? There's going to be people who notice in a positive way, and they're going to be attracted to that light. So it was just a beautiful thing to hear him say that. And it's just a reminder of why it's so important that we are very mindful of our conduct, especially in the presence of unbelievers. We have to be very mindful of our conduct in the presence of unbelievers. Because people are people, and people oftentimes, they make assumptions based on their experience with other people. So if you have an unbeliever that encounters a Christian, and this Christian is, you know, wilding out, talking crazy, doing this and that. And listen, humans are humans. It is what it is. Like, I get it. But if you have a Christian who is acting like this and operating like that, bro, the example that you're setting to that unbeliever is, oh, these Christians they're all phonies. They're all fake. They say one thing, they do the opposite. They preach at me, but they don't actually walk out what they actually, you know, say that they believe in. So why would I believe in it? So we have to be very mindful of our conduct amongst unbelievers. Anyway, let's finish this video.
To me about God, and they get to ask me questions about God, and they also get to see their mom chant Buddhist practice. And the kids, honestly, they engage in both on their own initiative. And to me, it's a beautiful thing because they're developing their own opinion, and God's ways are not our ways. Yeah. So I trust that He will do what He will do.
What He does, yeah. What He does. Man, that's incredibly personal.
I do, listen, I like what he said there, is that he's trusting that God is going to do what He is going to do. I like what he said there. I'm not gonna critique it too much. Like, I'm not gonna critique it too much. I'm not gonna critique it too much. I think it's very important in that environment. I think it's very important that everybody understands what the gospel is. I think it's very important to understand what Jesus did for you on the cross and why He did it. I think that's very important. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with learning about these different religions. But as a child, as I said before, I just feel like it could be confusing when you're like actively practicing two religions at the same time. It gets very confusing. The spiritual friction in that household, it seems like he's handling it well. I guess it works for them, but I would be very adamant that, you know, we understand the gospel and we understand why Jesus did what he did. And we understand at the same time, there is no salvation in, not to be harsh, but it's the truth. There is no salvation in what your mom is practicing. There's not. And like I said, maybe they got married. I'm assuming they got married, you know, at a point where maybe his faith was in a different stage. But that's tricky. That's very tricky. It's almost like the same thing as like, it's almost the same thing as, you know, you have a believer and an unbeliever who are married. You know, let's say both of them went into the marriage as unbelievers. Let's say, for example, the husband becomes a believer, but the wife remains an unbeliever. They have children. It's a tricky situation. I think ultimately it's going to take time. It's going to take time, but it's tough. That's tough. But I mean, I agree with him. There is certain points in your life where you just have to trust that God is going to work it out for his good. What do y'all think? Well, this is what I was saying. You said that dude is dropping the ball. He's supposed to train up his children in the ways of the Lord. He doesn't sound saved to me. That's why I said I would be very adamant in that household that everybody understands the gospel. That's why I said that, because I'm not going to say he doesn't sound saved, but I'm just going to say, like, yo, if you understand, you know, if you understand the gospel, then like you would understand that all this other stuff is just diverting away from the truth. You know what I mean? Excuse me. I haven't had water in like 4 hours. Just coffee. Let's go to super chats. Well, actually, hold on. We'll get to super chats. Y'all was talking about some stuff. You guys want me to talk about Johnny Chang. You want me to talk about Johnny Chang, and then you want me to talk about Prophet Lovey. First things first. Did Johnny reply to anything? That was an interesting video that I saw with Johnny. I've always thought Johnny was really cool. I always thought his story and his testimony was amazing. I did see he was on Nick Cannon's podcast. I didn't watch it, but I was hoping that he was going to press Nick a little bit. I'm not sure if he did or if he didn't. I didn't watch it. But I haven't really consumed like a whole lot of his content. I only ever really see clips. His clips go mega viral. So his clips go really viral. But I don't really know if he responded to it. It's possible. I don't know. When I first heard it, it did kind of like, it sounded weird. Because he was saying that God doesn't speak through dreams and visions, essentially, which it sounded kind of weird. But at the same time, you know, if he believes, and I don't know what his beliefs are. So it's like, it's hard for me to speak on it because I don't really know too much about what he believes in. But I mean, if you believe that, you know, those type of things are no more, then, you know, obviously we have theological differences. Because based on the clip that I saw, it sounded like he was saying essentially every dream from like a spiritual standpoint is coming from the enemy. That's kind of what I got from it. I don't remember exactly. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I'm gonna go through Patreon also. I see you guys on Patreon. I'm gonna go through it. I'm gonna go through it and then we'll set up the panel. I think tomorrow would be better though. But y'all gotta, cause I'm on the West Coast, so y'all gotta let me know if y'all like what time y'all going to church and stuff like that. Where's the video at? Oh, this is the video.
Know someone
I don't know.
that since a very
I can't watch it. At least I can't watch it on stream. Just the music. They'll take me down with the music. Comment full to watch. I think he posted it though. Hold on. I think it's on YouTube. I think it's on YouTube. I think it's this one.
So we're actually doing our...
Okay. It's a lot of music in here.
Symbolizes...
Man. I don't think I'm going to be able to watch it if the whole thing has music in it. I might have to make a separate video and then cut the music out and then post it.
Stuff. He was helping... Whatever he said...
Yeah.
It's...
Yeah. Hold on.
If you understand.
I can't watch it. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to. I'll make a separate video. I'll have to cut the music out and then I'll have to post it because they'll take the stream down with all that music in it. Somebody was saying Prophet Lovey responded. Let me see. Do you know where he responded? The music is not copyright free. It's not. It's definitely not. I know. Yeah, trust me. Just I know just based on the songs that he's using, they're not copyright free. I don't think, at least. Did you watch the interview with the guy that had his testimony going to hell? Was that the YouTuber? The YouTuber guy? Yeah. I didn't watch it, but I watched his original testimony, the one that he posted. I watched that one. So he posted one on his channel, but I didn't watch his the interview that he posted. Is it good? Let me go to super chats, and then we'll get back. I think I'm lost. Okay. Sierra, 99 cents. She sent a little white unicorn with a rainbow hair. Shout out to you, Sierra. Thank you. I don't know which ones what have I read and what have I not read? Ruth, thank you so much, Ruth. Thank you so much, Ruth. Diana. Well, I already read hers. Didn't I? I don't know if I did or not. I'm getting lost. I always tell atheists to read The Genetics of God, a book written by a scientist, Dr. Sam Rose. It was very detailed on how scientifically God exists. I'm going to write that down. Actually, I'm going to buy it right now. You know what I've been reading recently? That's really good. This is a book that Wes Huff, you know, the dude, he's blowing up right now, debated Billy Carson. I think he's supposed to be on Joe Rogan too. He recommended a book called Is God a Moral Monster? I've been reading that book, and it's a really good book. I would recommend it. Essentially, it's going through the Old Testament, and it's helping us make sense of the Old Testament in terms of, you know, the things that are common amongst unbelievers that they bring up. Because a lot of people, they look at the Old Testament and they're very confused as to why God did certain things in the Old Testament. And they view some of God's decisions in the Old Testament as being like barbaric or even like savage and like wicked. And they don't understand how, you know, they just don't get it. They don't understand it. So it just helps us make sense of the Old Testament from a moral and a biblical standpoint as to why certain things were done in the Old Testament, to help us better communicate it, and to also help us better, you know, have conversations with unbelievers and have conversations with atheists, because a lot of the times they're going to bring up these points and we might kind of get stuck on it if we don't fully understand the context of, you know, what was kind of going on. But anyway, it's a really good book. But hold on, I'm gonna buy that book right now. I got a bunch of credits on Audible that I need to spend. Genetics of God. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Diane. Okay, I know there's ones that I missed. I know there's super chats that I missed. I'm trying to figure out where they are though. This was Nessa. This is the older one, but I think I missed it. Nessa, you said, "Hey family, happy new year. We made it only by God's grace. Amen. I hope everyone is well, and I wish you are all blessed 2025. I wish you all a blessed 2025. You already know what I'm going to ask. What's up with Discord and he is? The people want to know. He is. We're going to get back to it. We talked about getting back to it. We're building, so not this wall, but on the other side of this wall, we're building a studio. And I could take you through the studio and I could show it to you. It's literally just, it's not built right now, but we're building out the new studio because I just moved. So the old He Is set was in my old house. So now we're moving it and we're building a new set. It's probably going to take at least a month to make it. But I got to talk to Elliot because I'm open to doing it like remote. I'm open to doing He Is podcast like remote, just so we can, you know, get back in the flow and post content. I think we had a really good rhythm going, and I think it was a really good podcast. You know, when we were doing it, it still is a really good podcast. The episodes are still up. You guys can still watch it, but there's a lot has happened since the last time we posted. A lot has happened. in both of our lives. In his life personally, in my life personally, a lot of stuff has happened. So we have a lot to talk about. We just have to, we just have to execute. We just have to do it. But once again, thank you so much, Nessa. Mindful Actions, $4.99. Thank you so much. Kirk used to battle with corn. Seems like that lust spirit is trying to make its way back. I didn't know that. A lot of people did though. I'm in the same boat. I got introduced to it early, bro. Early. I got introduced to corn early. I feel like earlier than most. Like, because for me, and once again, I appreciate you for the super chat. For me, it started out with like, because I was a really big music, like I was big into rap and R&B. And like back in the day, you could listen to a song, it's cool, but like when they drop the music video, yo, you better watch that music video. So I was really big into music videos. And a lot of the rap music videos still to this day, but a lot of the rap music videos back then, as a kid, I'm watching these videos and it's just, I don't even have to say it. Like those videos were crazy. So that was kind of like my entry point. And then from there, I think I actually stumbled across some type of like tape or something. This is back in the day. I think I stumbled across some type of tape. I found some type of tape or something like that. And then I got into it from there. And then I started looking at like magazines and stuff. And then I just started, I started going down a path. So I think it's common. I think most men and women too, which, I don't think we talk about enough, is that women go through this as well. Like, it's not just the men. I think the men, we get all the attention, but like women go through this as well. They go through corn addiction and lust addiction as well. And I think it needs to be spoken about more because there's a lot of sisters in Christ who are struggling with it. And they need help as well. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's just a world that we live in. We live in an overly sexualized world, and it's only getting worse. Unfortunately, but there is somebody who breaks every chain. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know his name, but I do. If you know what I'm talking about. So there's freedom for anything. Aviator 06. Was that you, the flight attendant who took that lady off the plane for harassing the young guy? Bro, that looked just like me, dog. That looked just like me. Maybe it was. Maybe it was. Listen, I don't know if y'all know this or not, but I'm a flight attendant. I still work as a flight attendant. I don't know if y'all know that or not. Maybe you might see me on a plane or something. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You tell me. I don't know. All right, hold on. I think that's it. I got them all. I'm just kidding. I don't work as a flight attendant. That's an inside joke. Oh, we never watched this. Did we watch this? We didn't watch this. Did we watch this? Somebody answer me. I feel like a kid that everybody ignores. I feel like a kid that nobody wants to speak to. I got cootie or something. Somebody answer me. Did we watch this? We did not. Okay. I was going to add. Okay. Yeah, ginger ale. Yo, some like real legit ginger ale would be nice right now. A lot of this ginger ale too fake, but some legit ginger ale would be that would hit. Okay, let's watch this. All right, y'all. My first day back in church, over 10 to 15 years. Imagine taking 15 years off and not going to church, which actually, I mean, if you count when I was a kid, that is essentially what I did. You know what I mean? And the only reason I ended up back in church was because I was, and it's so crazy. It's like God does not want us to get to the point where we hit rock bottom just to get us back to him. I'm sure he would much rather us come to him in a different way, but we're hard-headed and we just like to do whatever we like to do. And sometimes the best teacher is pain. You know what I mean? Don't take that the wrong way. You know what I mean? You know, sometimes the best teacher is pain, because we go through something painful and then it wakes us up and we realize and we learn. But the way I got back in church was because I was depressed and I was ready to, you know what I mean? And I got back in church by the grace of God. Elliot, actually, we're talking about He Is podcast. Elliot literally told me, yo, Jesus loves you. And he was going to church by himself. And I was like, dog, it's kind of weird. You just go to church by yourself. Like, what's up? Like, are you okay? Are you okay? Right? Well, then he took me to church and I was like, oh, snap. And yeah, man. Shout out to Elliot. Let's watch the video. My first day back in church over 10 to 15 years. I have not watched this video. I don't know what we're about to get into. But just based on the comments, it seems like it's going to be pretty encouraging.
So, as you all know, I recently just lost my brother on Monday to suicide. Today was a.
I would say though, brother, put a, you know, you put a little t-shirt on, brother. You know what I'm saying? You put a little t-shirt on, brother. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, let's get back to it.
Pretty big day for me. It was pretty important. I haven't been to church in over like 10 years, probably like 15 years. And something told me, man, like, get up, find a church, and go there. So I found a church, and, you know, I ain't been in one in so long. I ain't know where to go, what to do, how to talk, how to look.
Yeah, he definitely painted one on. Y'all crazy, bro.
How to walk. I didn't know. I walked in with emotions already. So I walked in, went all the way to the top of the second floor, the top in the back. And as soon as I sat down, I kid you not, I just shed tears. I start crying. Opening prayer, I cried. The first song, I cried. The second song, I cried. Almost every minute of that church service, I cried. And next to me was an older man. He was an older, you know, dark-skinned man. That was next to him on my left. There was an older dark-skinned man that was on my right. I was in the middle. And as I was sitting there, I had my Bible. I had my brother's Bible that he did his 6-year prison bid with. There's a lot of notes and writings and motivational stuff in that prison. I had it with me. Towards the end of the service, there was a time where the pastor said, anyone new in our church that wants to join our community, we're going to open our arms. We're going to welcome you. Please walk forward. So as we all stood up, it's a huge church. Everyone stood up. You see people walking down that aisle one by one. You know, it wasn't too many, like 20 people walked down that aisle and basically accepted that church into their life. Everyone's looking at you. Like hundreds of people are looking at you. Music's playing. They're singing a song. And me, I'm telling myself, like, what are they doing? Like I want to go down there, but I don't want to walk in front of everybody. I don't want everybody to see me crying. I don't want to do it. The pastor said, hey, we're about to run this song back one more time. Everybody in here that wants to accept our church into their life, you're new here. Come on down here. We're gonna wait for you. So as I was crying, I looked to my left at the older man. I said, what do they do down there? He said, this is for anyone that's new, wants to accept the church, and wants to be, you know, like a man of God. So as I taught him, as soon as I taught him, I start crying. And I said, man, can you walk me down there? Mind you, this is an older man. I've never seen him before. I don't know him. But he said yes. He grabbed me. He walked me down from the second floor to the stairs.
Wow.
In front of crowds, in front of a whole bunch of people. Walked me all the way down to the side of the stairs to the first floor, in front of crowds, in front of people. And as I'm crying in the front row, standing up in front of hundreds of people, the man had his hand on my shoulder. Mind you, I don't know him. I was going through it, cried the whole church service. My first time in church in like 10, 15 years. It was tough. But, you know, more of that story is like, I felt like my brother was with me the whole time. I never, ever in my life, 25 years of living, ever cried that hard in a church service. I walked down the stairs just crying. But as I'm walking down, bro, it's like everyone's, they happy. Like, it's not like you're getting judged in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm walking down, eyes red, fist balled up, angry, and everyone is just clapping for you.
Wow.
Good job. Welcome. We love you. You know, and it shocked me. It opened my whole mind up. Like, it shocked me, man. Some of that stuff they preached in that church, man, was real, man. If not now, then when? You know what I'm saying? And I haven't been to church in years. But I felt like that was something deep within. And I felt like my brother was sitting right there next to me, bro. Like, something that he used to preach, you know. So I just wanted to tell y'all my experience today from going to church. I haven't been to church in again 10 to 15 years. That was my first time going to church. I didn't know who to talk to. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know nothing. But I just know that I broke down every step and word of that service. And it took a lot out of me. It was like a lot of pain and grief kind of released. Of course, I still got it built up, but it was very refreshing, man. So God be the glory. You know, I'm trying to be as strong and great as I can throughout this hard time. And I feel like that was something that was told to me to do, man. I feel like something told me to get up, wake up, find a church, go to it, let your emotions out in front of everybody, cry. It's okay to cry. You don't get judged in that place. And it was crazy, man. So that is me to my community about my first day back in church in years, man. So rest in peace, my brother. Long live E.
So I think that's beautiful. His brother passed away. His brother did some type of time in prison. I don't know. I don't know the full context. I don't know if his brother passed away in prison or, you know, once he got out, but it sounded like, just based on what he was saying about his brother's Bible and stuff like that, it sounded like his brother knew the Lord. That's what it sounded like. And so he said that he was prompted by the Spirit. This is not what he said, but this is just my interpretation. He was prompted by the Spirit to go to church because, well, you know, who's gonna, the enemy ain't gonna tell you to go to, you know, church, you know, not unless it's like that culty church that we were talking about. But you know what I'm saying? So he's prompted by the Spirit and he has this experience, you know, responds to the altar call. I hope and I pray that he understands that that experience was not just a one-time therapy session, and that the invitation is a relationship with Jesus Christ. You know what I'm saying? I think it's amazing. I think it's great that he had that type of encounter in that church. I think it's amazing that, you know, he got back in church after 10 to 15 years and that he was in a environment with believers and brothers and sisters that encouraged him and that, you know, didn't judge him, but allowed him to grieve in the way that he needed to grieve and pointed him to God, pointed him to the Spirit, the Holy Spirit. I think that's incredible. You know, I think the next step, and this is for everybody and anybody, you know what I mean? But the next step is like, you got to get around some people. You got to be discipled by some people. You got to get around some brothers and sisters too, but you know, be careful. You got to get around some brothers. Nothing against the sisters, but I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? Just be careful. You be careful. You got to get around some brothers who, you know, can disciple you and can help you in this process of leaning on the Holy Spirit, on leaning on Jesus Christ, of you know, what happens next. Because I see oftentimes people, because we're very emotional creatures, and whether we want to admit it or not, we crave emotional experiences. A lot of us are led by our feelings and by our emotions. And, you know, when we have these, what we perceive to be as, you know, these positive emotional experiences, sometimes we get that and we view that as, this is enough and I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I went to church. It was a great experience. I'm good. I'm better now. Like, it helped. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just hope that he understands that, yo, God wants to go deeper in relationship with you. You know what I mean? I just hope that he understands that. And I hope that he gets around some people that can help disciple him while he's on this journey and while he's on this path. That's just my thoughts. That's just my thoughts. I see people even in my circle, not like my circle, but like in my extended circle, you know, I see people that are going through hard times. And it's so interesting how anytime when people are going through some hard stuff, I'll go here. You could have a plane full of people, a plane full of unbelievers. And this might be a little too soon because we had a lot of plane crashes, which is crazy. I don't know why there's been so many planes crashing recently. But you could have, this is just a hypothetical, you could have a plane full of unbelievers. If that plane is on its way down, I bet you a majority of those people are going to start crying out to God. It's in us naturally. Naturally, when we're going through some hard stuff, for whatever reason, we start to become more aware of the presence of God. And so I see people in my extended circle who have gone through some hard stuff. They reach out, they come to church, and they have an experience similar to what he's talking about. They have an experience, they have an encounter, but it doesn't necessarily translate into that relationship, you know? So that's just my prayer. But that's a beautiful story, beautiful testimony. Y'all almost made me forget about that story. So I'm glad we talked about that because that was a cool story. I think that's all I got. I'm gonna go through Patreon. If you want to get on the panel, we'll try to set it up. We'll try to set it up for tomorrow or for Monday. It might be Monday. I want to be respectful because I know you guys, you know, I know you guys want to go to church and stuff like that because, you know, y'all love the Lord and stuff like that. So, you know, I don't want to do it. I'm joking. Like, I'm not trying to mock y'all. But I want to be respectful because like, it might be more so Monday that might make more sense. Just to be respectful of everybody's schedule. But then again, it's like people be working and stuff like that. Like, so we'll figure it out. But anyway, get on Patreon. My phone's blowing up on Patreon. So get on Patreon. Let me know what you think. But that's it, y'all. That's it. We gonna go here. Hold on. We gonna go here. Y'all love to hate on this song. But it's a vibe. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate y'all. Thanks for rocking. 4.5 hours. We gonna end with that. No, I do go to church. I'm just kidding. I do go to church. I I go to church. But I was saying I haven't been to church in like a couple months because I've been so sick. You know what I'm saying? But it's a vibe. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. I pray that you guys take some time today to spend with God in a real intimate way, because he loves you, he cares about you. That's it, y'all. I'm out, y'all.